A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Self second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. What a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defining year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Philsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Hello everyone and welcome to V8sonline's live broadcast of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. If you're watching this on iRacing Live, hello to all of you over there too. This is the Sunshine Super Sprint from the famous Sebring International Raceway. We've got a very good night of racing ahead of us. We've got a single Split 2 race, and then the main game, Split 1, a short sprint race, and then a feature race after that with a single pit stop with some of the best sim racers in Australia at the wheel. But of course, first we're going to go to the second split, and taking you through that, as before, we've got Sam Sutton and Jake Burton. Guys, how's it going?
Yes, Reese, is going wonderfully. Good evening to all the viewers out there. It should be an exciting night tonight, Sebring. A very difficult track with the way the V8 handles bumps at the moment, but definitely a good night of racing. Jake, how you going, mate?
Not too bad, Sam. Of course, Sebring International Raceway in Florida in America, as we should see later, I believe, in Reese's Fact File video. We'll learn a little bit more about Sebring, but what a racetrack, hey? Definitely one of the trials of this track is having to deal with the multiple surfaces. Obviously, turns 1 and the final few sections of the racetrack are actually rather on a bit of a concrete surface rather than tarmac. So how are these Split 2 boys going to be handling that in qualifying now, Sam?
Well, the one talking point out of the week so far is the bumps around this circuit, and it's put a lot of people off racing this week, and that's probably why I was seeing some low numbers, but the bumps around this track are killer, and the first turn and the last turn, as you said, Jake, basically they're a patchwork quilt of concrete, and it's not great for grip, and then the rest of the track's all asphalt as you'd expect. So very interesting track, very street circuity. It is based at an old airfield, sorry, so it's very much got that street circuit feel.
That's right, and just to put it into perspective a little bit for our viewers, if you've ever been to a car park, particularly one with a lot of trees, and the roots start ricking the tarmac up, that's a little bit like what the Sebring Raceway surface is like. So very bumpy and very difficult to put the power down, especially out of turn 1 and turn 2. So lots of difficulties for this guys tonight, but 20-minute qualifying session now. I'm just looking towards our practice results. It looked like our fastest guy in practice was Aaron Hamilton for Evolution Racing Australia, and he had that by a couple tenths, but in a 2-minute lap time like what we have tonight, 2 tenths is not a big margin.
No, and in a track like Sebring where it's so hard to put a lap together, 2/10 isn't much at all. You can basically half the gap, and that's what it probably is at any other circuit. We will have to make it just a disclaimer tonight. We're having issues with our regular overlays, so we're diverting back to the default overlay set. So that's well, it'll look different on the broadcast, but everything is still normal otherwise.
We must also mention that our resident American friend from V8 Supercars Americas, Kane, has once again stepped in at this early time of morning to jump in and do this for us, as our regular Fonty is off enjoying his little trip in Europe. So big thanks to Kane for doing this tonight. And what's the prediction, Sam? I think Aaron Hamilton's fairly fast at the front, but looking at practice, very close to the next couple guys. Ryan Shelton, Michael Ford and Will Dodd all separated by a 10th in practice.
Yeah, I don't know where to put the pick tonight, Jake. This track can throw up a few curveballs. Low track temp as well will make it difficult for the first lap. The bumps, and as well, this track is very tight and compact. It will bunch the field up. For pole, I reckon Aaron Hamilton will be good, but for the race, I'm going to have to go with Dale Niche at this stage. Definitely a strong choice to go with Dale Niche. I'm not too sure who I'm going to pick, to be honest. As you mentioned, Will Dodd, very fast, shown some very promising results so far this season, so I'm definitely going to have to say either Will Dodd or Ryan Shelton, who's actually up there in P2 in practice. Yet to set a qualifying time though, of course. Ryan Shelton, one of our resident American SCOPS racers, so big welcome to Ryan tonight, early in the morning, and he looks like he's got pace, so yeah, that's definitely going to be Ryan Shelton out. But at the moment in qualifying, it looks like Aaron Hamilton shot straight up there with a 2:02.8. That time very achievable by the rest of the guys in the field. So definitely not the fastest times quite yet, Sam. No, it takes about 2 laps with the temp, so you'll do an out lap, first time lap, second time lap will be your quickest lap, just from what I've been doing in the other server. And if you're watching later on in the broadcast as well, these times here, you can probably directly compare them to the top split quali times, because the track temps are nearly identical. Over in the other server, it's 31 degrees on track at the moment, and it's 30 degrees currently in this session. So that's why we're seeing these quick lap times, and it'll make the guys feel a bit more comfortable in the car, because if you get too hot on the track surface here, it turns into an ice rink.
Absolutely, and we've been seeing some cold temps this week at Sebring. It's a nice little change from our Sonoma last round with the odd 48, 49 degree track temp out there, but bit of a shout out to the Proforce Racing guys at the moment. Sean Thompson, currently in P2. I know he was very happy with his pre-qual performance, but also a little bit disappointed because he just missed out on making that first top split. Sean Thompson has a huge amount of speeds this week, and also a fellow teammate of his, Shay Thompson, currently sitting in P12 with time relatively off the pace, and it must be mentioned that this is Shay's first start in the V8 SCOPS, so definitely a big ball game for Shay to be into.
Yeah, and it's not a bad week to start V8 SCOPS career to a degree, with of course this being the Anzac Day long weekend. Numbers are down participation wise, so you come into a very small field and have a good run and without worrying about wrecking too many guys' races.
That's it, and doesn't look like anyone at the moment, as I've actually just seen Shay Thompson go about a second faster than his practice time, so that's going to bump him up a spot or two, so that's pretty good from Shay. But Aaron Hamilton at the moment looking pretty hard to catch, solid 0.4 of a second over Sean Thompson, but we must mention this track obviously over 2 minutes in length, so just by the amount of corners that you have here to make up in time, 0.4 of a second is probably equivalent to 1, 2, maybe even 0.3 at any normal track, so fluke a lap here and you can pick up half a second.
The other thing as well with that long lap time, Jake, is you're looking to only get about 2, maybe 3 runs in with the 20 minutes we've got, because you're going to do an out lap, then 2 quick laps to get the tyres up to temperature, and then an in lap. So that's adding up to about 8-9 minutes, plus then the transit time of the pit lane. Looking at 10 minutes per run, so unless you're a ninja, you're not going to get 3 decent runs in.
That's it, and a bit of conversation amongst the top split guys has been about the dynamic track surface showing this season that generally the fastest time a lot of guys are doing in these sessions are their first laps out, and that obviously being due to the track heating up, and obviously we go a little bit faster on a cooler track, sideboard doesn't get too hot and go all melty and horrible, so Aaron Hamilton I think is going to be really hard to beat at the moment.
Yeah, we're still waiting on Dale Niche to actually set a time. He keeps off-tracking the laps, I'm assuming, because I've just watched him do 2 laps and he hasn't set a time yet. So we're waiting on guys to set times. Michael Ford, Dale Niche, Henry King. Oh, sorry, they're all Henry King's the steward, so ignore that one. Waiting on them to set times, but I think this grid looks pretty steady at the front. At least the front row will be Aaron Hamilton and Dale Niche is my pick. But from Sean Thompson back, it's all pretty condensed. You've got Graham Filan, Daniel Trim and Ryan Shelton within 4/10 of him. So, and Will Dodd as well. And it just keeps going. We get to 10th places when we get outside of the second. As I say that, Bruce Keeley pops into second with a 2:03 dead.
That's it, great time from Bruce Keeley there. Still needs a couple tenths if he's going to chase Aaron Hamilton. But speaking of Will Dodd, I've actually just seen he was on a flying lap and was actually balked by Jonathan Ben there. And as we said earlier, 1 or 2 shots you're going to get at getting a good lap. So that's going to be disastrous for Will Dodd. And he's actually backed off in the second half of this lap to try and maybe actually go for a third here. So maybe we'll take a little look at Will Dodd, see if he can pull something out in this next lap, because he's definitely one guy who needs to be further up that grid.
We should absolutely pit this lap so we can get in and do that final run with 10 minutes to go, because we've got just about to cross 9 minutes 30 laps, so we're at that about halfway point to a degree. Guys should be boxing, and no, he's going to go around again. So that's an interesting call. I would have definitely been in the pits that time to get some fresh boots and have a clean run at it again.
That's right, Sam, but I think also it makes a big difference actually to the style of driver you are. I've noticed this week that normally my first lap is actually my fastest, whereas other guys such as yourself, as we see Michael Ford has gone up to P1, absolutely demolished Aaron Hamilton's time with a 2:02.6 flying time from Michael Ford there.
Yeah, that came from nowhere. It's 2/10 quicker than his practice time as well, so he's setting the pace, and maybe it's the dark horse we've not picked tonight, Jake, is Michael Ford. He's been up there in the previous rounds in Split 2. Had an unfortunate one at the first week. Had a bit of a rollover with Dylan Shepherd. But it looks like he's on the pace this week. Darren Niche as well has popped in the third on a 2:02.9. So that's our top 3. Looks like that's where the battle's going to be at this stage in qualifying.
That's it, and as we were distracted by Michael Ford, I was just saying that some people can actually, depending on their driving style, be fastest on their first lap, or maybe fastest on their second or third, depending on how they actually drive around this place. So Will Dodd may be thinking, you know what, I'll give it another shot, see if I can push this third lap, and then go out and do a really aggressive out lap and see if I can just clinch in a 1 or 2 lap flyer in the next run. But it doesn't look like he's going too much faster this lap. I think he may actually have aborted it earlier, but he's still pushing, so we'll see what happens.
Yes, we've just got, so Bruce Keeley's in the pit lane, Performance Motorsports cars as well of Daniel Trim, and I'm not sure who the other one is at the moment. They're all in the pit lane. This one, guys, should be starting to come in, get the fuel back in the car, put some tyres on, and then go for that final run. And maybe even time it so that you get a flying lap just as the checker flags flies.
That's it. Also give a bit of a shout out to Brenton O'Brien out there at the moment, currently in P12, having a bit of a time off from managing his team to actually have a bit of a run. So good on Brenton O'Brien for hopping out there and going for a race. Obviously he's been managing ERA's endeavours in the Blancpain Endurance Series World Championship we saw on the weekend, which we saw a few teams from Australia actually participate. So yeah, it was really good to see that in the weekend, and I know a few of the guys in the top split are going to really struggle transitioning from that GT3 that they've been doing all week into this V8 Supercar. Obviously completely different animals.
Yes, and speaking of animals, a lot of guys are saying this car drives like a dog to the point where it should have been tied to a fence.
Sensational call there, Sam. I was waiting for that one, but Michael Ford obviously managing to tame this dog pretty well at the moment. 2:02.6, that's very fast. I believe similar track temperature you said earlier, and the fastest we're seeing in practice for the main game is around the 2:01.2, so about 1.2 seconds between top split and second split. That's actually quite a narrow margin for a track like this, so that's a very fast time for Michael Ford there.
Yeah, that'll be hard to beat. Aaron Hamilton is out on track and just on an out lap by the looks of it. Dale Niche as well, he's just set a flying lap. So he should be... Wait, I was on replay. Never mind.
We must also mention that Will Dodd, as we spoke about before, did actually go out and finish that time and do a 2:03.4 on his third lap on those tyres. So, yeah, well done by Will Dodd. That's going to sit him in P9, but he will definitely pit this time, grab some fresh boots and head out for this last 6 minutes.
It's going to be a hectic last 6 minutes as well. Everyone should be getting in the box, or if they haven't already, out there on their out laps, ready to set 2 flyers and then leg it back to the pits and get out for one final dash. You want to time it as late as possible, because if you can just get a banker lap in early, you can just kind of relax for the rest of the session. If you mess up your first run in the session, then the pressure's on to get that time out. So the guys who've got a good time in that first run can now afford to put it all on the line in that final run tonight.
That's for sure, and as I ask you every week, Sam, left it a little bit late this time. How about we have a little bit of a talk about, from a driver and a setup point of view, what you actually need to be faster in this place. Obviously, from a driving perspective, it's a very difficult track and long track to actually put all together perfectly, and obviously with the bumps and whatnot, setup's difficult. So why don't you let us know what actually is required to be faster around here?
Yeah, well, this track being a street circuit, you just want the car to point and drive well. So when you turn the wheel initially, you want it to respond positively, just get out the corner quickly. And then you also need to, especially if there's a lot of second and third gear traction across a lot of bumps at this track. So you want to be able to get the power down well while riding those bumps at the same time. So that's where the car's being an absolute pig this week, is the bumps. You get that sort of go-kart bounce where it just lifts up the entire car, and there goes a lap time. So it's more, if you get the setup right, it helps, but it's also more about knowing where the bumps are on the circuit to avoid them, or how to take those certain bumps. So at turn 1, for example, if you can be really ballsy and hug that inside wall, you'll miss a pretty big bump, but then there's that risk of misjudging where the left side of your car is and collecting the fence. So know where the bumps are and then just drive with it.
That's it, and obviously another big factor is actually I've noticed the transition between the getting on the brakes and actually rolling through the corner. If you notice, turn 5 is a big one for that. The hairpin at the end of that semi sort of back straight under the bridge there. You need to get really hard on the brakes, pull the car up from about 220 kilometers an hour there, and actually get it turned into quite a small radius of a corner. And if you drag that brake too far into the corner, it'll just plow, and then you've got an S-bend section afterwards, which you're just not going to make. So really important to get on the brakes hard and early, but also get off them in time so that you can carry your speed through the corner and get a good exit.
Speaking of braking, a lot of the key braking zones are down into turn 7, the hairpin, turn 1 and 13, as well as turn 10, Cunningham corner. A lot of bumps in those braking zones, and it's very easy to pinch that inside front. If you pinch that inside front, it's hello grass, which is hello fence. Or at sunset, it's just hello to the fence, because there's a lot of runoff, but it's very bumpy once you get offline, and you're not going to be able to turn the car anymore.
That's it. Obviously, Sunset Bend being one of the corners well renowned in world motorsport, especially North American motorsport. It's a very long corner. It takes 2, sometimes 3 apexes if you feel like it, and really tricky to actually get the power down, especially in these under-tired V8 supercars. But with 3.5-ish minutes left in this session now, it's pretty much do or die for these guys. I'd beg to differ that Michael Ford actually has got the pole, but I've noticed Sean Thompson has actually gone up to a 2:02.882, which at this stage is going to put him on the provisional front row. So fantastic time, merely 3/1000ths of a second faster than Aaron Hamilton. Really close between those two.
Yeah, Sean could be the dark horse. We didn't predict him for pole or front row or anything like that. We just thought he'd do what he usually does and be there thereabouts. So that's a great showing from Sean and the guys at Proforce Racing. We'll just see what ERA and Aaron Hamilton can pull out in these last few minutes. We've got 3 minutes to go now in the session. So guys on their laps will only be able to get around and probably get one more in. So you want to time it to actually cross the line at just before 2 minutes, and you get another lap after that as well.
That's it. I actually did some laps on Friday night with Sean Thompson, and the setup that they've got on that Proforce Racing Commodore at the moment is very fast. I can guarantee that it's as fast, if not a little bit quicker, than the current set that I'm on for the Split 1. So they are on a very fast setup this week. Sean's put a lot of effort into that car, and it's definitely showing with this qualifying speed at the moment. So definitely a good showing for these Proforce boys, but just looking through the field, who's going to be able to challenge? As you said, Aaron Hamilton, not too sure, maybe finishing a lap now.
Just have a look where he is on the circuit. Coming into Sunset bend. He's not going to be able to get 2 laps in, so this will be his final lap when he crosses the line. He's got 1 lap to try and get that pole position. He does have Bruce Keeley in front in an Anzac tribute livery, as it is Anzac weekend. Tomorrow being Anzac Day, so that's the 1 tribute livery we've seen tonight. We should get a running tally, see how many we find on track this evening.
And we must also mention Aaron Hamilton then just came across with a 202.766, which isn't going to be enough to catch Michael Ford, but will put him on the front row ahead of Sean Thompson, and he will try again. But yeah, Aaron Hamilton aborted many laps in this session. He's had 6 attempts at a lap, and each time, except for his first one that we thought was going to be pole, has actually been aborted. So that was a good last-minute show from Aaron Hamilton there. Bit of a Sam Sutton strategy.
He's still got this lap. Bruce Keeley jumped out of the way, so he's still got a bit of time left to pull this lap. He does have a slow car ahead, though. That is Wayne Hewitt. Just had an off at the hairpin. He should be alright. He may even pick up a bit of draft down the back straight towards Sunset Bend.
Aaron Hamilton to turn 5 there, as we mentioned, managed to get that transition we were speaking about just perfect, and it's important here in 7 as well, because it sets up your run through these double lefts where the car is so unstable, and then a massive cut across the track here into, I believe, what is turn 10. Little bit unsettled, but he's gonna lose it.
He's done. There we go. 2nd place at the moment for Aaron Hamilton. He's not going to get another lap in. Downish as well. He was looking like he could get another lap in, but he's pulled out. I don't know whether he'll be able to get to the stripe in time. He's just entering Sunset. Now he's got 20 seconds to cross the stripe. He should be okay, but I don't know. I think he had a spin. We don't know whether his tyres will be good enough to go again. No, he's in the pit lane. So Downish as well is sitting on that time. So he's currently 4th position.
Pro Force Racing driver we spoke of earlier, Sean Thompson, is currently on a flyer. He's not going to get another one after this, but I'm not sure how this is going to go. It's looked fairly fast and composed at the moment. He's going to come into the carousel section. Awesome bit of road here.
The checkered flag is out, so we are on the last lot of laps now. Michael Ford, our pole sitter's backed off. He's decided to park the car. Just waiting on Sean Thompson now, coming out of the Le Mans onto the Ullman Straight. We just wind forward to the guys crossing the line now. Henry King on track. Oh, he was actually on track. He goes out and sets a 2:04.4, puts him into 16th. Will Dodd goes quicker with a 2:02.9, but not quick enough to get in front of Dale Niche.
Gary Cooper jumping up a little bit as well, but the guy we're looking at, Sean Thompson, comes to the line, and it's going to be a 2:02.673. That's P1 for Sean Thompson.
What a lap. He has done it at the death. He's taken pole position right out of the grips of Michael Ford, and that is a massive win for Pro Force Racing. Little team, little privateer team out there, done an absolute ripper job. People say sometimes the drivers suit the track, or the car, the way to set the car up will suit the track, but this, Sean Thompson has shown some great pace this week, and I think he just has an affinity with this track, and that's shown in his pole position.
And that is an absolute demonstration of composure under pressure. I actually thought that was just an in-lap, but that lap was just so under control that it actually was fast, and definitely showing that not necessarily going so hard and being so aggressive is the fastest way around this place, and to do it in the dying seconds of qualifying like that and by such a slim margin. Awesome lap by Sean Thompson. He's going to be over the moon about that, but as qualifying I believe is pretty much over now, I don't think anyone's going to go any faster. Do you want to run us through the top 10?
Yes, so we'll go through the top 10 from qualifying. So, of course, Sean Thompson on pole with a stonker of a lap there at the end of the session. Michael Ford, heartbroken, on 2nd position by 0.02 of a second. Aaron Hamilton is in 3rd place. Dale Niche 4th, and the Will Dodd rounds out your top 5 in the FSR Dayco car. 6th place goes to Bruce Keeley with Ryan Shelton in 7th. 8th goes to Graham Bones Fireman. 9th goes to Gary Cooper. And rounding out your top 10 is the Daniel Trim in the Performance Motorsports car.
Fantastic work from these guys. Very close qualifying, obviously only a few tenths of a second at most separating some of these guys. The big gap I've seen is between Aaron Hamilton and Dale Niche between 3rd and 4th. Obviously I think Dale Niche maybe has a little bit more in the tank there, and we know his race pace is certainly a lot better than his quali pace, but what a session. It's certainly going to be an exciting race, and I can confirm this is the first time I think that V8SCOPS has ever been to Sebring International Raceway, so it's certainly going to be interesting to see how these guys handle that first corner.
Yeah, and it's going to be on the cold tyres as well. We'll see who does the old Sam Sutton trick. I drew it at the last minute to keep the tyres warm, and that might give you the advantage in turn 1. But just a bit of a fun fact. First to 10th, 8/10 of a second in second split. That is a great showing for the amount of talent we have in this split at the moment. Might be a small field of 18 cars out of what we should have had about 28, so there's 10 guys missing. But still a great showing from that top 10. There are a lot of guys here who are knocking on the door of that top split, and those guys in the bottom of the top split are put on notice by these guys at the moment.
And the awesomeness of that is actually amplified by the fact that this is actually a 5.95 kilometre 2-minute lap. So 8/10 of a second over a lap time like this is going to be such a minor amount of distance. So a huge amount of closeness between these guys now. Obviously you're going to get a minute and a half to grid up. I remember back in, I think it was 2012 Season 2 was the last time that the V8sonline broadcast at least has watched the V8s go around Sebring, and that was actually at night time. That racing was awesome back in the day, so it's going to be awesome to see V8sonline return to Sebring, and definitely in the Lenovo second split of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series.
Now, as we're gridding, Sean Thompson's gone and committed the cardinal sin of gridding as soon as it lets you. I'll have to go and have a word to him afterwards. Maybe you will, Jack, considering you're helping them out now. Grid at the last minute. Helps your tyres out, but we'll see how he goes off the grid. So Michael Ford's doing the waiting game, Aaron Hamilton's already gridded, Nishi's waiting, and Will Dodd and the rest of the guys back are getting ready to grid.
So the guy we're going to want to watch off this start is probably Michael Ford and Dale Nish. They're the two guys who are going to have the pace. But of course, even if you do get the advantage of the warm tyres on the grid, the drop of that clutch can go all kinds of directions with this car. So it's always never going to be perfectly consistent, but the race to turn 1's certainly going to be interesting, and I'm honestly going to pick Michael Ford to be there first.
Yeah, I'm going to go Aaron Hamilton for the win tonight. We do have 17 laps, so no stop required. These guys will be able to get there on the tank they have. Big thing with the start, sometimes on a colder track, it's better to bog the car than get wheel spin, because if you get the wheel spin, you can't grab that next gear, and goodbye pole position. So we'll see how Sean goes off the line as the revs begin to build.
And that's going to be the green light as we are away in racing.
Bad jump there from Sean.
Bad
Great start from Michael Ford. And Will Dodd. Will Dodd's going 3 wide with Aaron Hamilton and Dale Nish in turn 1. He's got the inside run though. Oh boys, remember cold tyres is not going to turn as well as you think. And Will Dodd backs out. Dale Nish way on the high line. Watch for Bruce Keeley up the guts. Aaron Hamilton all over the back of Sean Thompson into turn 2, but looks pretty clean through there so far.
The section through turn 2, 3 and 4 here, lots of curb can be used, a variety of different lines. Sean running it nice and wide here. If he actually gets the power down nice, he could have a bit of a run, but doesn't quite get it down as well as we expect. And Aaron Hamilton now, he's the one with the run. He's got to be careful not to break off line, but I'm going to guess he might have a look here as he sticks the nose out and
he's
just fakes.
Stunned the cheeky, feel the mirror there. All line of stern back in the pack, actually Graham filing down the inside of Bruce Keeley. Gets it done nice and clean. Or Bruce Keeley gets loose, but nothing major comes of that, and they fall back into line. So great start there from Michael Ford. Excellent initial jump. And just that second phase of the start for Will Dodd gets him up in front of Dale Nish. So Will Dodd's in 4th. Oh, a bit of a rear locking there from Aaron Hamilton. Michael Ford's offline. Michael Ford is very slow through that double left-hander. He's vulnerable here to Sean. Sean's going to stick the nose into tower turn. That is a brave move, Sean, but he gets it done.
That is a brilliant move, Sam. That is such a tight bit of racetrack. There's literally one line through there, but Sean Thompson proving you can make 2 as they head into the carousel section. Sean Thompson will be in front.
Yeah, 40 looks very vulnerable here. He got a bad run out of Cunningham corner, and then he's got a bad run out of turn 11 as well. There's something not right in that car, whether he got a slow down or not, but Aaron Hamilton will be right in the toe here. Oh, he actually is wrong off the road. Oh, nearly ran into Will Dodd there.
Big save there from Aaron Hamilton, nicely caught. That grass out there does not have any grip on it. Oh, he's going to come back across on Dale Nish. Dale Nish is going to stick it there, going to try and go around the outside of Sunset Bend.
You can do it, He's just got to carry the momentum, but he's not going to have a greatest run. He's actually gone really wide. That's not where you want to be out there, mate.
Sean Thompson actually making the same mistake, nearly losing the position to Michael Ford there, actually getting out in those marbles and nearly finding himself in the wall. So big moments all through the field here, and Michael Ford's going to have a dive into 1. This is really brave, and Michael Ford's got understeer. He's going to just tap Sean.
Turn 1 is one of those ones where it will tempt you into a lunge, but it narrows down the exit narrows up massively. He's still down the inside there into 2. Sean's just got to hold there. He's going to do it. Well done there, Sean.
Bit of panel rubbing, we don't mind that in the V8 Scops. Well done by Sean for holding that position, but Michael Ford's going to want it back.
Aaron Hamilton, Will Dodd back to third and fourth. Sorry, they're still too wide. Dale Niche is under the rear wing there, and Will Dodd running into the hairpin.
Dale Niche playing it patient.
Michael Ford having a look as well on Sean. Michael Ford having a look. Oh, get it done, mate. Get it stopped. He's done that nicely, but just that drive in that profile. Oh, we got a car around in the background. Looks like Daniel Trim just got loose, but all is good. No walls hit, no cars hit, so we're all fine back there. But this is a massive train at the moment.
Michael Ford's car just seems so much more confident under brakes than Sean Thompson's at the moment, as I may have heard a bit of contact in the background there.
Yeah, Will Dodd. Will Dodd's dropping down a little bit. He's dropped behind Aaron Hamilton, and now he's going to keep the inside line here on Dale Niche. So he's only lost one spot, but he was very slow off that right hand. As actually, something's wrong with that car. Dale Niche should not have been able to drive around the outside there.
Ryan Shelton all over the bumper of Will Dodd through this carousel section, but these guys are going to be really careful. We love seeing this door-to-door action, but if they get in the corner panels a bit hard, we'll see one go around in big trouble. So this guy's got to be careful. Ryan Shelton with a lot of speed over Will Dodd at the moment. Ryan, I presume, is going to use this draft and maybe have a look into Sunset Bend.
Michael Ford stick the nose, but nothing again. Ryan Shelton staying in behind Will Dodd, so no big moves back in the pack.
Michael Ford actually shafting Sean Thompson a little wide there. Sean being a little bit too overcompensating for that car there, as they're going to run too wide down the front straight, but Sean should have him cleared by 1. Will Michael switch back? No. Sean's going to hold the inside, which could hurt him on exit.
Sean's just got to be careful not to mirror drive. He's got to go with where his strengths are. Drive the car straight, don't defend thin air. So see what he does. If he looks, let him look. You've still got 15 odd laps left in the race. So he's Michael Ford, he's just left him an air gap there, Sean Thompson. Ford, he's just put the nose there, nearly just shoved him a bit.
And Aaron Hamilton's looking at this and loving it. He knows that if these guys keep fighting, he's going to be able to stay with this pack, even if he may not quite have the car speed at the moment. They come into 5, Michael Ford with a bit of a squiggle under brakes, trying to keep out of the back of Sean Thompson. On the limit of the car and the machinery at the moment.
So it's all line astern as well, back in the pack. Will Dodd settled down from his little mishap last lap round. The way this is going though, this is going to be a train back to Ryan Shelton very shortly. I think at the moment Sean is the cork in the bottle, and once that cork is removed, you'll be seeing a flow of cars past him. But he's doing a great job so far, starting on pole. Bad start, got it back quickly though. He's leading this race, which is always a great feeling to be leading a V8SCOPS race.
That's it, and Sean Thompson, I know he has a lot of tyre durability in that Pro Force Commodore, so if he can actually just look after this car and just maybe not drive it so hard, he'll actually be able to pull on Michael Ford a little bit in the closing laps. It is only lap 4 at the end of the day, Sam, so these guys have a long way to go.
Yeah, just a bit of note, 2 retirements as well in Henry King and Brenton O'Brien, both sitting in the pits. I'm hearing Brenton O'Brien's was just a rookie mistake that he's admitted, so bad luck Brenton. But we'll go back to the front. Michael Ford is all over the back of Sean Thompson. This move is going to get done. Fordy's probably going to get sick of sitting behind and just send it somewhere and cause some troubles. He's looking into turn 1.
Turn 1's not the place to do it, but he's going to try clear him, which he actually will, but Sean's going to go for the over-under.
Oh, Ford put a wheel in the grass, gave him a bad run. Come on, Sean, send it, mate. Postal Australia, Post Express, down. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Sean just was a little bit balked by 40 there. He had the perfect setup to go for that over-under.
Oh,
and
he's
he gets
just
a
giving
bit
it a
of a
tap. Hamilton has just unloaded him. Hasn't put him off the road, but he's just loosened him up enough. It's giving him the run.
Sean Thompson under brakes though is almost going to have him cleared.
He should have the drive as well. He's a great driver. No, he's not going to get it done. Let's give Dale Niche in the equation now as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that was really on by Aaron Hamilton there. Could have been a bit of netcode involved, but on these Aussie servers, I doubt it. Seemed to get into Sean a little bit too hard there, but
Oh,
they
Sean's
both
left the wrist.
overdone it.
Oh, they've both overcooked it. Dale Nish going around the outside through the double left-hander. Nishi, you're crazy, but not that crazy, mate. Tuck back in. He's going to have a look here at the tower. Thinks better of it.
Just looking a little bit further back in the field to see if we can see any action. Definitely Ryan Shelton still trying to get around Will Dodd. Will Dodd obviously not feeling too bad about that Commodore at the moment. Seems to actually have decent speed, but he's just run it preposterously wide into 13. Ryan just can't make anything of it.
It's definitely one of these tracks, Sebring, where it's line of stern racing. It looks easy to pass on, but offline is next to no grip, and the bumps are generally worse offline as well. So you've really got to send it and just be authoritative with the passes. That's what we saw with Michael Ford. He gave Sean a bit of no room, but Sean over and under. But you just got to give the guy as little room as he needs, because that's how you're going to get a pass done at Sebring.
And unfortunately for the guys in second, third and fourth, don't want to call it too early, but with the speed Michael Ford's got at the moment and the consistency, he's pretty much checked out at the moment. Sean Thompson, I feel, is one of the slower cars of this top three at the moment. Seems to be struggling with tyre life a little bit, maybe gone a little bit too hard, and definitely got Dale Nish approaching at a war. Wrong word, I was going for fast. Rate of knots at the moment and trying to close in.
Yeah, I think Sean just got caught up in the moment. You're leading the race, and you've got guys in your mirrors moving all over the place who may have a bit more experience in the car, or you know are actually going to be quicker than you, or you're racing the name as well. So you could have just got a bit rattled, but just got to settle down, get in a rhythm, get back to what gave him that pole lap. Just drive the car clean and straight.
You see Sean actually lock a bit of a break into 5 there, and that's actually a bit of a disaster if that happens down there, because it's really hard to get the car rotated, and he's still driving the car in very deep. You can see him pushing that car so hard at the apex. Seems to be costing him a little bit on exit, but Dale Nish definitely going to be hard to overtake when Sean's so hard under brakes like that. So maybe that's his strat at the moment, just drive it in hard and he won't be able to pass me.
There could also be a difference in the gear ratio. Some guys are running. Oh, we're back. Burton tripped over the power cord. His long neck meant he couldn't see the cord properly. So we are back. We've actually had a lot of stuff happening for 2 laps. You guys were away. CPSs are a thing now for fuel. People need to do fuel stops. And we've had Aaron Hamilton, Michael Ford, a lot of other guys coming into the pits. We'll get through that shortly. Big note though, Michael Ford, our leader at the break, he is out. Blew the motor entering the pit stop. So that straight up a curveball. Aaron Hamilton, effective leader. Sean Thompson is effectively in third, but there's still guys getting through pit stops, and we'll sort that out now.
And Sean Thompson has actually ducked straight into the lane as we speak, so it'll be interesting to see where he pops out. I think it'll probably be quite a fair way behind Aaron Hamilton. Aaron Hamilton obviously got a much better pit stop. Well,
yeah, he was racing Dale Nish at the time, so Nish is just coming towards the braking zone of Sunset Bend.
As we say, we're a little uneducated about this. We didn't actually know there'd be a CPS, so we've got no idea how much fuel they actually had to take, so...
Well, it's looking about 12 to 15 seconds. I'm going with about 7 to 10 litres of fuel.
Yep, and,
20
and
odd
Will
litres of fuel.
Dodd has actually jumped Sean Thompson in the lane, which is rather unusual. Sean maybe got a poor stop.
Ryan Shelton comes out right behind Sean Thompson and causes a bit of a hoo-ha on the radio. So just the guys who stopped at the moment: Aaron Hamilton, Will Dodd, Sean Thompson, Ryan Shelton, Dale Nish, Daniel Trim, Wayne Hewitt, Graham Fineland, Jonathan Benn, and Gary Cooper are all the guys who've done their actual pit stop. Michael Ford's in the lane with the blown motor, of course. So Aaron Hamilton is the effective leader, and that air gap you're seeing now between Aaron Hamilton and Will Dodd is actually the gap from first to second. So Dale Nish has dropped. Oh, Sean goes very wide. Shelton gives him a tap. Dale Nish is effectively in 5th place.
This is double frustration for Shelton, because before we had our technical issues, Shelton was all over the back of Will Dodd, and Sean Thompson's effectively come out and perfectly split these guys, and they were close. So this is really poor timing for Ryan Shelton at the moment. I think Ryan, especially with the ping, has had a lot of speed, but just hasn't been able to do anything with it around Sebring.
So yeah, this is Oh, looking very good, this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Sean nearly rear ends Will Dodd. He's compromised his run. Here we look, Ryan Shelton into Carousel. Will he have a dive into Le Mans? No, not going to happen.
Ryan Shelton giving Sean Thompson a bit of a bump draft there. Maybe playing a bit of an intimidation factor at the moment, just trying to get Sean out of the way quickly so he can have a crack at Will Dodd again. Because at the end of the day, these guys do only have 8 laps left in this race, so you're going to want to get this done fairly soon. There's not many places to pass around this track unless you're overly ambitious, so definitely going to have to get up on his high horse, Ryan.
As we've got Shea Thompson and James Bell in the lane. Last car to pit now is Bruce Keeley, so he'll inherit the lead, or he actually has the lead already. So he's going to just lead some laps just to get the numbers up to look good on the stat sheet. But at some point he's going to have to pit, and it's going to be about 35 to 40 seconds in the lane. He will lose, pop him out around about Wayne Hewitt in 10th.
Shea Thompson not quite going to be able to jump James Bell in the lane, but it's going to be close as they exit.
It's actually back to Sean Thompson, Will Dodd. Sean down the inside at 2, struggles to pull it up. He's going to hold the outside into 3, or he's looking into 4. Can he get it done? He's down the inside. Very well done. Good racing. Oh, Brian Shelton's in the mix now as well. A bit of a bump off the exit there.
It's not until you've driven these cars that you realise how tight that bit of road is, and now we see Ryan Shelton looking to capitalise. Could he go for 2 here?
Oh, he's going to get it. Oh, what a move. Ryan Shelton, 2 in 1, gets it done. P2, thank you very much. Dale Nish around the outside as well. 2 in 1 move as well. Dale Nish up to 3rd. Will Dodd and Sean Thompson are probably kicking the firewall, thinking, what were we doing there?
Yeah, Will Dodd just could not get that power down, and Dale Nish has just driven away with that one. Great move by Ryan Shelton, though. I'd call that move of the season so far.
That was heads-up racing there from Ryan Shelton, and anything usually happens in V8 Scops, and that just proves it. 2 cars in 1 corner. Very nice move from Ryan Shelton, and him and Dale Nish are clearing off. Will Dodd, Sean Thompson are still going out there. I'll send it on you now. You send it on me. Style of racing.
Yeah, Ryan Shelton, of course, has obviously had huge speed throughout this race. So I've just looked up to the leader quickly and seen Aaron Hamilton sideways Van Gisbergen style in the grass there. So Aaron Hamilton, obviously pretty much our leader of the race, is going to want to be careful he doesn't do that too much more, or Ryan Shelton will be all over him.
Aaron Hamilton's actually pretty comfy at the moment. He's got about 6 odd seconds, probably 7 now after that move. And Adam Zeidinger, yes, that was committed, as you will ever see. The Scafie quotes are dying in the V8 Scops com booth at the moment.
Falcon versus Falcon, though, for effective P2, Dale Nish and Ryan Shelton.
Bruce Keeley's going to come out in the middle of this, or probably not. No, he's going to drop in behind Sean Thompson. So that's a very good gain there for Bruce. He's up into 7th place.
He actually was very conservative leaving the pits, though. He could have made that an even bigger gain if he was very committed there. Maybe even got in front of Sean Thompson. But yeah, difficult pit exit here, because as we say with the bumps, being out there, it's quite scary when you put the power down, especially on cooler tyres. So you've got to be careful. But Bruce Keeley will be very happy with a couple laps led and consolidating P7, I'm going to say it'll be.
Yeah, it should be P7. You'll surely slot in between the Thompsons of Sean and Shea, and Dale Nish as well up in 3rd is filling the mirrors of Ryan Shelton. He's moving all over the place on the straights. We're on lap 11 of 17. 7 to go, sorry, so 6 when we cross the stripe.
Yeah, Ryan Shelton and Dale Nish, these boys are 2 fierce fighters and they will not let each other have it. So Dale Nish is going to make this move as soon as he can, and Ryan actually drops a wheel there a little bit. So Dale Nish has definitely got the faster car at the moment.
Yeah, it's all. You might have the faster car, but it's all about applying that speed, and it can be hard to do here at Sebring, because if you get behind someone, you've just got to drive their line and their braking points. It's a lot harder to actually get the move done. And just a point as well, Ryan Shelton is also streaming his own onboard view on Twitch, so check that out. The link is on the V8 Scops forums on iRacing, but I don't know if we'll be able to get a link for it for you guys to check out in the chat, but this will be an interesting view to watch after as well, Ryan's view of this entire thing.
I believe we've actually got, if I've actually just got a poke from Michael Ford, who's awaiting interviews section. So maybe see if we can look into why that motor blew up. Or he might want to come have a chat.
Yeah, we got a bit of a lull in the action. I reckon we can squeeze him in for a quick hello. Michael Ford, well, welcome to the V8SCOPS commentary booth. We missed your unfortunate end of the race on cameras, but Jake and I did see it, so mate, just talk us through what happened.
Yeah, just trying to cover Hamilton from the undercut. Came in and shifted down, went from third to second okay, and then broke my shifter going into first. So it shifted down way too early in the engine.
So that's probably not one of the best ways to go out of a race, is just have a mechanical failure to a degree in the shifter. So you're looking for the window. Had great pace in qualifying, threw in a great lap and just got pipped at the end of the session there by Sean. Seemed like he had the pace as well, so the car obviously was working well for you.
It was. Can't fault the KRF Motorsport Commodore this weekend. Done numerous laps around here throughout the week, just trying to basically get a decent setup. I wanted to do everything I wanted it to and absolutely nailed it in qualifying. Can't fault Sean, that was an absolute blinder of a lap that he pulled together as well to get pole, but yeah, absolutely gutted. I honestly felt like I had the win there, so if Hammer keeps on going, good luck to him.
And how are you finding the bumps out there, mate? It's been a big talking point throughout the week among the guys, is the bumps on this track absolutely ruining the driving for them. So how do you find the bumps out there?
Tried not to notice them, honestly, trying to tune the car around them. The more I was chasing the bumps, the slower I was getting, honestly, and just tried to drive around them ultimately.
Yep, that sounds like the plan that I'll be doing tonight, just avoid the bumps entirely. Well, Michael, thanks for joining us, mate, really quickly in the booth. A fortunate end of your race, would have been a good race for you. Hopefully we'll see you next round out at Road Atlanta in a couple of weeks.
You should, guys. Thanks again, and yeah, good luck to everybody.
Cheers, mate. That was Michael Ford, just who had his race coming on a fortunate end during the downtime we had, just a double shift into the pit box. But back out on track, Dale Nish and Ryan Shelton are going at it again, having a look at each other down the back straight. Will Dodd as well has pulled away from Sean Thompson, and Sean Thompson's fallen back towards Bruce Keeley.
I almost forgot, Sam. I came very close to forgetting, mate. Kane, if we could get a onboard camera angle from Aaron Hamilton at the end of this lap so we can...
Trip over the cord, I spilt my coffee and fried one of the cameras, but didn't miss much this time. It's been the same line of stern stuff, but Dale Nish is all over the back of Ryan Shelton as we have 3 to go now. Aaron Hamilton still in the lead by 6 seconds. Will Dodd, Sean Thompson, Bruce Keeler in that top 5. Jake, we got what's going on out there, mate?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how much of our closing sort of remarks, I guess you could say, before it dropped out they heard it, but we're going to go for the old Sam Sutton hot lap. We've left it to pretty late in the race this time, and we're going to go on board with none other than Aaron Hamilton. There,
Jake Dale Nish has gone up the inside of Ryan Shelton, who's gone deep at the hairpin. He's into position 2. Will Dodd's got a run as well, looking for P3.
Will Dodd's going to want to make the most of this, but Shelton was faster earlier in the race, and of course Sean Thompson not too far behind will capitalise if something goes wrong with these guys. But I might keep my eyes on that as we watch Aaron Hamilton coming out to the carousel. We'll see if we can take a ride on board and get the old Sam Sutton hot lap this week as he goes for his penultimate lap of this track at this 5.95 kilometre Sebring International Raceway.
So we'll join him as he comes through the Le Mans section towards the back straight. Important to get a good run onto here because it will set up your run into Sunset Bend. He's running the 350 gear ratio, so the shortest of the two that can possibly be run here. He's going to pull 6th gear just between the first lot of cone markers and the second lot. There's a bit of a break in the road. That's where you're going to hit the brakes down into 3rd gear. Get it as close to that wall on the right as possible. Some guys want to run it wide, which looks like he's doing. Keep it in 3rd gear. Run it out to the fence, pulling up to 6th gear down into turn 1, 4th gear left-hander. This absolutely kills the tyres. It's all about that mechanical grip. Just where the white line turns yellow, down to 4th. Get as close to that wall on the left as possible. Mind the bump, that's going to get the power on just after that bump in the middle. Pulling 5th, watch the dirt on the right, up to 5th gear, then down to 2nd for this first left-hander. Get it close to the curb. It's almost a late apex hairpin, and then 3rd gear over that curb. Some guys using 2nd in this left-hander, others using 3rd. all the way up down this back straight to 6th gear, down towards the hairpin at 2nd gear, very sharp right-hander, braking just after the Budweiser bridge. There is a little dip in the road that causes the inside of the car to get some air, which can cause issues with putting the power down on exit, but he gets it down nicely. Going again all the way up through the 6th gear through this tricky S-bend section, just flat out, but hit a bump wrong, it's going to unstable the car. 6th gear down to 2nd gear for this right-hander. Watch that curve on the right, there's a bump on the exit as well that can really unsettle the car. Short shift to 3rd for the double right, pull 4th through the middle of this second left-hander, then into the tower turn, 5th gear, and then drop it down to 2nd, and then pull 3rd at the apex to get the drive off. And here we go through the carousel section, 5th gear flat out. He drops it down into 3rd gear for the right-hander to Le Mans, hook the wheel over the curb, and then pulling 4th for the left-hander. And then down to 3rd for the final right-hander. He's locked the right front, so he's going to go wide, but it's going to compromise his exit, and he's going to go back up the gears through to 6th, into Sunset Bend. Undoubtedly the hardest corner on the circuit. Keeps it nice and tidy through there. Just got to watch the bumps and the exit with the power down. Gets it down nice and smooth. Run it out to the wall. And that is a lap with Aaron Hamilton. And that was a 2-minute 4.3. And we are on the final lap now as well.
That's exactly right, Sam, and thanks to that commentary and run through for a lap once again at Sebring. It's a nice contrast from last time we were here at Sonoma, where you were speaking like an auctioneer and a horse racing announcer to quite a few breaks on this track. You get a nice couple straights to take a break, but Aaron Hamilton going to try and close out this last lap. He's pretty much got this race in the bag, provided he keeps it on the road, but looking back to P2, 3 and 4, these guys have separated, and looks like it's pretty much going to be line of stone to the finish.
Sorry, we're just going to have to go back down. He's actually had an off exiting Sunset Bend. He was in P2. What he's done is he's hit the wall on the exit. He's rotated the car because of it. Yeah, he's absolutely collected the wall. Ryan Shelton's gone through, flipped him. Will Dodd as well. So Downish is down into 6th position. Ryan Shelton into 2nd, and Will Dodd is up into 3rd.
Yeah, that's incredibly unfortunate, losing all those positions literally as the start of the last lap here. Not hard to do. We saw a big prototype crash in the American Le Mans series a few years ago. Someone doing something very similar, just running out wide. It's not hard to do. You think you can make the exit of the corner by putting the power down like that, but it just doesn't happen. And Dalnish fortunate not to collect more cars in that, as we're going to looks like it's closing up a little bit for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, but probably not enough. Aaron Hamilton is going to go through these final section of corners and approach Sunset Bend for the final time.
Ryan Shelton looks pretty safe in 2nd, Will Dodd in 3rd. Sean Thompson, not Sean Kelly, and Bruce Keeley behind him. They've closed up as well. Nothing major looks like it's going to happen though between those guys. The top 5 looks pretty safe, barring any hitting the fence in the final turn.
Aaron Hamilton though.
You go, Jake.
He's going to take the win. He's going to be weaving the tyres, maybe even have a bit of a loose moment. He's going to take the win here at Sebring, and he's going to have a major spin. Well done.
Probably going to cop a penalty for that as well. Unfortunately, can't celebrate until something in the rules, and he's done it too early. But anyway, winning there for Aaron Hamilton, 2nd place, Ryan Shelton and Will Dodd in 3rd. Sean Thompson starting from the pole, grabs 4th place, and Bruce Keeley crosses the line in 5th. Downish, heartbreak in the final lap there, finishes 6th. Danny Trim from Performance Motorsports, 7th. James Bell, 8th. Shay Thompson on debut is 9th. And Graham Fireland is coming down the back straight to round out our top 10.
Quite an interesting race there, Sam. A few things going a little bit unusual, including the unknown compulsory pit stop. But yeah, obviously we talked about it when we saw Aaron Hamilton pump that lap out straight away in the beginning, that he was going to be one to catch in this race. Obviously, if you can put that time out straight away, it really shows competence in this car. Even though he may not have had the outright speed, he obviously had the consistency and the competence to win this race, and that's exactly what he did. So well done to ERA and Aaron Hamilton on the win in this 2nd split of the Lenovo V8 SCOPS.
As the rest of the guys are just crossing the line, Ash Lear in 11th, Graham Fireland 10th, Jonathan Ben 12th, Wayne Hewitt and Gary Cooper are bringing you home 13th and 14th. Gary Cooper sounds like he's actually out of fuel, so well done to all the guys tonight. Congratulations to Aaron Hamilton. He threw away a win earlier in the year at Montreal. He picks one up at Sebring. Ryan Shelton, great work there for KRF. And Will Dodd, FSR, Dayco, well done to him.
That's right, and Simon Black just providing some closing remarks in the server. So these guys are going to bring it on in and get ready for us to hop out in qualifying. So split one of the Lenovo V8SCOPS. Obviously have to be a big shout out to our American friend Kane for putting on that show and dealing with all the dramas that he had go down. And obviously big thanks to Lenovo, and big thanks to you, Sam, for commentating that race with me. But I think we've got some qualifying to do.
Yes, time for us to put the race suits back on, put the headsets down and let the pros take over. Sandman and Reese, they're going to take you through split one qualifying and both races tonight. So over to you, boys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sam and Jake. Once again, thank you very much for a very good job calling that race. We did have some technical issues, which we do apologise for once again, but turned out to be quite the interesting race. Well, Stephen Sandman Clark here in the commentary box with me, and we're ready to go into split one now. Sandman, I'm really looking forward to this race at Sebring.
G'day, Reese. G'day, everyone. And yeah, boy, there was some great racing there. Again, apologies for some of the technical difficulties we had, but nevertheless, Sebring will turn it on for the guys of the V8SCOPS, and can't wait.
Yeah, most definitely. We have got a dual race format. Last round at Sonoma was a split sprint, which is two races of the same length, and drivers could pit in either of them if they so wished. But this one is a super sprint. So this follows the typical sprint race feature race format. Race 1 is going to be 17 laps. Race 2 is going to be 21 laps. And race 2 will have a compulsory pit stop to spice up the action.
Gotta love that. You can't let these guys have it too easy. They've got to earn their keep around here, and that's really going to be a nice little twist. I like it.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. Well, while I do believe Split 1 qualifying is starting imminently, Sandman.
Fantastic. I'm still having a couple of issues myself trying to get into it, but I can't wait. The times throughout the last couple of nights during qualifying have been really close, and it's really going to be interesting to see who takes out the top spot for P1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I had a look at the pre-qualifying times, and Jared Filsell once again was the guy to come out on top. I say once again, but it's actually the first time this season that I think he's come out on top in pre-qualifying. I think it was TTL's Josh Rogers the last couple of rounds.
And hasn't he been taking it to him too? It's been absolutely amazing to watch, just to see his progression, and been absolutely strong and definitely a contender for tonight. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Mr. Rogers can do in this race as well. Well, I think as we prepare for qualifying, our little broadcast, we might go on a quick 5-minute break, and along with that break, we might run the fact file that I prepared for this round, give you a little bit of an insight into the history of Sebring International Raceway. In the center of the US state of Florida, just outside the town of Sebring, a piece of motor racing history sits proud. Constantly evolving and yet maintaining its aged character, this airfield-based venue remains a challenge for driver and machine alike. This is Sebring International Raceway. Layout-wise, Sebring is shorter and much twistier than it once was, but cars still reach high speeds. Much of the racing surface is left on purpose to preserve the track's bumpy nature that dates back to its original form as a US Air Force base. A patchwork mixture of concrete and asphalt, the former runways and access roads that are now racetrack represent a major workout for vehicle suspension, and it's not unusual to see steering wheels jostling around as drivers make their way around the long lap. Sebring began life as US Army Airfield Hendricks, where during World War II, pilots were trained in flying the B-17 Flying Fortress. After the end of the war, Hendricks fell out of use and was turned over to the town. Racing drivers Sam Collier and Bob Gagan were the first to see the potential for racing at this location, as they flew overhead in 1949 and approached the airfield to raise the possibility of holding a race on the runways. Unfortunately, Collier was killed at Watkins Glen in 1950, and the idea almost fell through. Alec Ullman, an aeronautical engineer and fellow racer, was the one to bring Collier and Gagan's dream to reality. He initially looked at the airfield as a site for restoring military aircraft for civilian use, but his plans quickly changed when he saw potential for a Le Mans-style circuit and race. By the end of the year, Ullman had everything in order, and Sebring's first race, the Sam Collier Memorial 6 Hour, was held on New Year's Eve 1950. This is the layout that was used. Very different from the Sebring we know, to say the least. By 1952, the first 12 hours of Sebring was run, on a new course that would become the classic Sebring layout. The race and the track's stature would grow to an international level in years to come. In 1959, the track gained the honour of being the first in the US to host the United States Grand Prix. Jack Brabham won his first title here, literally pushing his car across the finish line to do so. The track's next layout change was a result of many fatalities during the 1966 event. A driver and 4 spectators, including a 9-year-old boy, were killed and others injured in 2 separate incidents during the 12-hour. After almost losing the race to fellow Florida track Palm Beach, the back straight at Sebring was rerouted to bypass the old airfield buildings. Despite safety upgrades, Sebring was still a primitive circuit. There are many stories from the early years of drivers getting disoriented and having to retire simply because they got lost on the runways and access roads and couldn't find their way back to the track. The airport Sebring originates from has remained operational all this time, and starting in the 1980s, an effort was made to separate the track from the airport to accommodate growing air traffic. Eventually, the track was removed from the main runways entirely in 1987, becoming a permanent circuit and starting to resemble the track as it is today for the first time. Finally, during the 1990s, new sections were progressively added, making the track twistier. The last major modification to Sebring was moving the hairpin back and turning it into something of a chicane. With that, the track is now as we recognise it today. Sebring is one of the oldest continuously operating racetracks in the United States and is a very popular venue. The 12-hour endurance race is a fixture on the World Motorsports calendar. IndyCar has run test days at Sebring, and the Skip Barber Racing School also operates here. For us, Sebring is a long-lost foe making a comeback. In the early days of official racing, Sebring's short club layout was a fixture on the calendar, but after a long absence, this is the first time that much of our field have driven a V8 supercar on the full layout of this historic venue. The Sunshine Super Sprint at Sebring International Raceway, Round 4 of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. Sebring Raceway, a very, very historic venue and the perfect place to be going racing here in round 4 of the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. Sam, man, what a track.
It's definitely got a lot of history, some great racing around here, and I tell you what, every time I tune in to watch the endurance races here, and I mean, it's a great race track. It's got a little bit of mix of everything too. It's probably not one of my favourites to race on, but definitely love spectating from here.
Yeah, it's a very, very good track. Also interesting as Sam and Jake mentioned in the Split 2 broadcast, this track is well, this particular layout of Sebring is quite recent. This particular layout of the track entered service in 1999, but the surface is much, much older than that. It's some parts of this track, particularly in the last sector, are well over 50 years old, and they got those huge gaps in the concrete, and really upsets the cars. And with cars like the V8 supercars, lock differentials, they go from understeer on turn into oversteer on corner exit. It's going to be quite a spicy combination.
It's the end of it, mate. We don't want to make it too easy for those blokes. It's all about car setup. We heard about the boys in the earlier race talking about, setting up the car, whether you want to chase it for bumps or whether you want to get something smooth, whether you want to get some power down and get some pace out of it all. But it really has got a little bit of everything, and you don't get an easy race around here. That's for sure. You really have to earn it.
Yeah, it's an incredible track, one that's very hard on the driver and the car. And we're going to be going racing for a grand total of 38 laps tonight, 17 and 21 split thus. Who's your pick for the race win, Sandman?
Oh, geez, mate. Mate, I don't know. It's how can you count out Phil Cell? He's been so strong this, obviously last season, but this season as well. So, but then of course you look at the timesheets for the moments for practice. Madison Down currently top of the timesheets, but wasn't all that quick in qualifying. He had duties elsewhere, obviously, but different ballpark when we start talking about qualifying and racing. So, in a nutshell, I'm not sure, mate. But I guess if I was put in a corner, I'd have to say Phil Cell.
Yeah, well, you can never count out Josh Rogers. Of course, I do apologise. I did make a bit of a mistake earlier. Jared Philsell did not top pre-qualifying in this round. It was indeed Josh Rogers once again showing his supreme one-lap pace. Philsell second, Sutton third, Ethan Griggold in fourth, and Bo Cubis rounding out the top five. SDC Motorsports, I have to say, they've had an incredibly good season so far. Top 10 finishes in, I believe, every single round of this season, and just keep going up. So I'd put them in with a chance at the very least a podium, but for the win, who knows? You can't go wrong with Phil Cell. He's the proven quantity. Josh Rogers has not managed to win a race this season, though he has had the pace to. So I wouldn't count him out. Our options are pretty open, honestly. But, of course, we've got to focus on qualifying first, which is coming up in about 5 minutes exactly.
Mate, that's exactly right. You talk about the difference between qualifying and tonight. Qualifying held over a couple of nights. It's sort of easy to punch out a quick one and then park it for a little while, think about some changes. But it's a different story when you put under the pump, when you know you've only got a 20-minute session to lay down that time. Although it's been incredibly close over the last couple of nights, but the real pace will be to see who can put out that time in the 20-minute session that we have.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make, Sandman, actually. The session is only 20 minutes long, and Sebring's lap is just over 2 minutes in a V8 supercar on this configuration that we are using, the full Grand Prix 12-hour layout. So I think at the most, especially with the no escape rule we have to take into account as well, you aren't allowed to pull over and escape. You have to go into the pits. You have to complete an in-lap after your lap is done. So I think at the most, drivers are going to only be able to fit in about 3 or 4 hot laps, if they're lucky.
Mate, I love that. I love that about V8SCOPS, how we've got the no escape rule. It really does bring that sense of realism into our championship and puts these guys under just a little bit more pressure. And of course, that's what they're here for. They're here to race against the best and to be put in that pressure situation. And it's good to see these guys coming out on top. And I love the uniqueness of that no escape rule. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's been definitely a very, very good addition to the series ever since we've been running it, and it's really spiced it up. Taking a look at the timesheets coming into qualifying. My apologies. In this practice session, I'm noticing a guy very high up that I wouldn't have expected to see is Mitchell Cialak in 6th place. That's a very good showing from him. Obviously driving for ANZ Motorsports with that SimWorks sponsored Holden Commodore. Haven't seen him around this pointy end of the field recently, so that's pretty good to see.
Yeah, definitely impressive times there. Just trying to shoot down the sheet to see whereabouts he was in qualifying leading into tonight, but where have we got him? Can't find him on the sheet at the moment, but yeah, great to see him up there. 2014 for the session so far. He's point nothing off being the fastest in practice so far.
Yeah, it's interesting point you raised there as well. The times are definitely quite close, especially in the top 10. We've only got, like, what, 6/10 separating the top 10 guys? And further down, we're seeing the slowest time, Mitchell Abrahall on a 2:03.8. That's still just under 2-3 seconds separating all of these guys. That's 35 guys that have set times. So, all things considered, that's still some pretty close times.
Yeah, my apologies to Mitchell too. Mitchell is 4th fastest coming into this session, so
Wow.
looks like he's quite suited to Sebring. Looks like he could be a pretty strong contender, because if you look at the times, the fastest one coming into tonight was a 2:07.6, and Mitchell put out a 2:08.94. So again, absolutely nothing in it, and it's good to see some different names up the top of the timesheets.
Yeah, it definitely is. Sebring is one of those tracks that you've really got to be feeling it in order to be good around here. It's a very, very twisty track, though it wasn't at one point. It's practically a go-kart track compared to the layout as it was in the 60s and 70s. But it does take quite a toll on the vehicle suspension, and as I mentioned, in a car like the V8 supercar, you're finding the car the whole way around the track, literally the whole way around.
Love it. I think there's a night like tonight, I'm glad I'm up in the commentary box instead of on the racetrack, I think.
Yeah, Split 2 is anything to go by with a couple of upsets and some really, really good racing, particularly in the opening part of the race. This top split is going to be absolutely brilliant. So we're coming up into the final minute of the practice session. Qualifying is starting imminently. I'm excited. The heart's starting to beat faster.
Oh, mate, your heart beating. What about the guys that are sitting there in pit lane just thinking about whether they got their car right, whether they're going to be able to punch out a right lap for this 20-minute session? Of course, it's a different story now. All these cars are on track. They're racing against the clock. They know that this is their last chance to get a good number in for session 1.
Yeah, most definitely. I do want to apologise once again to the people watching the broadcast. Unfortunately, our normal overlays are not working at the moment due to the recent iRacing patch, so we've had to default to the default broadcast overlays for this race, but we will still try to bring you as much information as we possibly can to make your viewing experience as good as can be. So that's practice over, Sandman. We've just ticked over into qualifying. And here we go. Look, guys are already going out. All of those guys going out at once. It's a practical freight train at the pit lane at Sebring. Looks like Jared Fiesel leading the charge.
How good's that?
No.
They're all just doing the bolt.
Yeah, it's Kane Kugamiya up at the front of that train. Choo-choo into turn 3. Now they're just going to try, they have to try and focus on finding a good gap. Although, it has to be said, the long straights here at Sebring will make certain that a draft will benefit your lap time, so they don't want to have too much space in between each other.
That's right. We've seen in previous seasons before, we've seen people working together as teammates to utilise that draft and just to see what benefit they can get out of it. So this one is, like you said, it's a good drafting place, but these guys would love a little bit of clear air at the moment just to punch out of time, just to so they know they've got their foot in the door, something that will get them on the grid, and then they know that they can punch away at it and hopefully improve on that as the session goes on.
Yeah, this is true, but of course we've got to keep in mind, Sam and Jake did mention in the Split 2 qualifying that guys will want to get out and set a lap time as soon as they possibly can, because the track is going to heat up throughout the session, and that's going to make you lose a bit of grip. So it looks like it's ANZ 125, actually. We've had a couple of TTL cars scything their way through the pack, trying to get near the front of that. That's Sam Sutton and Josh Rogers there, 3rd and 4th in the train. Down the back straight they go. Kane Kugamiya is going to be the first guy to start a lap here at Sebring, going through Sunset Bend, turn 17, one of the most difficult corners in motorsport, real or virtual. Here we go. He starts his lap. Let's see what these guys can do.
It's interesting, you touched on it before, Reese, coming into this session. We're already almost 2.5 minutes already into this session, and half the guys are still half a lap away from starting their hot lap. So time is going to be very crucial around here. 2.5 minutes gone. Be interesting to see who can... Oh, Kane, hold on to it, mate.
Careful,
a big
careful.
wiggle there.
Man, and that is it. That is one of the worst places on the track to lose it too, because there never is the perfect line through that section, and if you lose it through there, you got to try and find your place on the track all over again. Especially hard through there, especially with those very high curves. But Kugamiya has managed to recover somewhat.
Best thing he could do is just get on with it. Just finish this lap. He knows it's probably not going to be a pole lap, but just put in a bank. That's the most important thing. He'll be kicking himself that the car got away from him a little bit. At the end of the day, lay down a banker and then improve on it.
Yeah. But look behind Kane here. We've got a little bit of a stitch up here. Mitchell Sealak and Sam Sutton and Josh Rogers are really looking a little frustrated. Oh, Sutton there. Little bit of a moment there coming out of Tower Turn. That would have messed his lap time up.
As long as he didn't get off track for that, he might be okay. Might be able to utilise the draft. Really close. Oh, it can be pretty distracting though when you're trying to punch out a time and you're so close to someone else around you. So, be interesting to see how these guys bounce back. They're towards the last part of the lap.
Yeah, here we go. Coming into the final turn. Once again, Kane Kugamiya is going to come around underneath the bridge and out of the final turn. Let's see what kind of time Kane Kugamiya will set, as he has a little bit of a wiggle out of the final turn. Kane Kugamiya sets a 2:02.227, and Mitchell Sealak immediately smashes that, as does Josh Rogers and Jared Filsell. Filsell on a 2:01.716. That is your current fastest time now. Oh, as we're seeing some guys off around the Sealak Sutton area.
It looks like Hammond back there. He's off onto the grass.
Madison Down sets an initial time at 2:02.246. That's down in 9th. That's not where he'd want to be. He did lead practice. Hampstead to 2nd on a 2:01.785. Oh, and Bo Cubis to P2 now on a 2:01.738. Very, very good result there for the SDC Motorsports driver.
Beautiful, well done. Nothing in it between him and Phil Sell, but someone's had a moment in front of Bo too. That was Mitch Abril.
Yeah, turn 1 at Sebring is one of my least favourite turns. Actually, it's incredibly good if you get it right, but it's actually getting it right that is the hard part. It's got a very wide entry, narrows up at exit, and it's bumpy all the way through. So it's very critical to your lap time that you get that right. Unfortunately, no two laps are the same through there. We've got more times filing in now. Seeing Anthony Kernich in P17 on a 2:02.828. Keith Brennan for Fusion Sim Racing, GTO Mega Racing on a 2:03.069 down in 21st position. That's already an improvement on the time he did in practice, which put him 24th.
The interesting part now is at that point of time, do people head straight back to the pits or do they go out and try another banker? Because we've got 6 minutes already gone in this session now. A couple of people, Josh Rogers, Mitchell Sealak, he's gone back into the pit lane. So a couple of these guys will go out, put on fresh rubber and head straight back out again.
Yeah, it's going to be, you've got to act like clockwork, especially when the clock is so borderline in this session. Remember, these guys are only going to fit in about 3 hot laps at most. So it's imperative that you have to get it right as soon as you can.
Just see Madison Downs gone to the top of the timesheets now, crossing the line at 2:01.592. So a couple of tenths up his sleeve over Jared Filsell.
Yeah, very good lap there from Madison Down. I'm noticing Michael Healy up in 7th place. Haven't seen him in the top 10 very much lately. 201.86, very good job there from the Trans-Tasman racing driver. He's going to be pulling into the pits after setting that lap. I'm seeing, as we come up to 8 minutes to go, Bo Cubis is pulling back out again. He's going to try another assault on that top position. With only a couple of tenths in it.
So we'll quickly run through the top 5. It's Madison Down over Jared Filsell, Bo Cubis, Richard Hampstead and Josh Rogers, your top 5 at the almost 8 minute mark of this 20-minute qualifying session.
Yep, and it's just a thousandth of a second shy over 2 tenths separating those guys, so there really is nothing in it. Just having guys coming out on their second attempt at an out lap. You know, I think they won't even get 3 hot laps in. Some guys will only be doing 2. Yeah,
it's interesting to see how it all plays out. Everyone's obviously a little bit different, whether they just want to put out a banker, head back, fresh tyres. But Down, he's done 2 laps, so his first lap was a 2:02, and then he grabbed provisional pole with a 2:01.5. I'd imagine he'd head back to pit lane now and just have a look. He is doing that, so he'll bolt on tyres. So coming into pit lane, putting on fresh tyres, he'll only probably get another 2 more laps or maybe 3 laps at it, and that's his session done.
Yes, indeed. We're coming up on the 9-minute mark elapsed. Almost halfway through this qualifying session now. Things are a bit static right now. I think Jared Filsell might be on a flying lap at the moment. We'll try and stay with him now, see what he manages to do. Filsell currently P2. Such a difficult complex that, and that curve there at the exit, it sort of flicks up right at the end, so the car just bounces. You don't want to take too much of it. Now the really heavy braking zone for the hairpin, you can see where the hairpin used to go. Oh, Filsell locks up coming into the hairpin, and then you've got that swinging left and then right. And then going through the chicane, well, it's called the chicane, but it's not really a chicane anymore. Used to be much tighter. Rejoin the track about here. Oh, Filsell locks up again. He's really pushing hard through this section. Very, very twisty. High curbs. Could easily upset the car into tower turn. Then there's a short blast down to this complex, coming down towards Le Mans. This is my favorite section of the track, actually. Completely flat out, depending on the car that you're in. And then sharp braking into this 3rd gear corner. Track's only marked out by the curbs and the lines. Really, really wide entry, going completely off the quote-unquote racetrack to get that exit onto the straight. Got a long blast down here into a very, very borderline braking zone. The car is wanting to fight you every step of the way here, and you've got to manage your turning, your braking, everything while avoiding those walls. Go nice and tight out of the final turn. Go a little bit wide, but that is a lap of Sebring. Let's see what Filsell does. It's a 2:01.396. That is P1.
Fantastic. I was waiting for you to say, you know, when you were talking about his lap, how smooth and how good it looked. But,
yeah, that was a beautiful lap.
Definitely done a great job. And Josh Rogers goes straight into second with a 2:01.397. So a 3.96 for a pole and a 3.97 for second. How close is that?
Oh, 1,000th of a second around a 5.95 kilometre track. It takes 2 minutes to navigate. That is absolutely insane. Oh, we're looking at Madison Down now as well, who should be on a flying lap. He's just come out of turn 1 through the very tight complex. There is no perfect line through here, but Madison decides to take the wide entry. Get on the throttle nice and early. Stay off that curb. That's a good move. Through the big bend and down to the hairpin. Madison Down is one of the professional operators in this series. He's won the official iRacing V8 Supercar Championship 9 times, so he's one of the most successful drivers in Australian sim racing. It'll be interesting to see what he can do in this session, in the Ultimate Karting Sydney Holden Commodore. We've got a car off up there. It looks like a Performance Motorsports car. Oh no, that's SDC.
He's not afraid of the curbs around here, is he?
No, he's not, especially considering that this particular iteration of the V8 Supercar on iRacing does not like curbs very much. That's something that guys have had to factor into their setups and driving. So if you see someone attacking the curbs like that, that's a sign that they're really comfortable with what their car is doing. Either that or they're just crazy pushing, trying to get the best out of it. Being as it's Madison Down, I think I might go with the former as he comes into turn 17 now. Keep it nice and tight. Smoothly out of the throttle. Let's see what Madison Down can do. Another very smooth lap. Looked a lot like Phil Sells. Let's see if the time is similar. That's a 2:01.398.
Oh, check that out!
Are
A
you
396
kidding?
for pole, a 397 for second, and a 398 for third.
All you can do is laugh. That's insane.
Excellent.
That's fantastic stuff right there. 396, 397, 398. You can't write that.
Oh, you
man.
love it, don't you? That's fantastic.
That is brilliant. Well, let's see what some of the other guys can do. We've been focusing on the top three quite a bit throughout this session. But let's see if there's any other guys on flyers at the moment. Sam Sutton is on an in-lap at the moment. He's just gone P4 with a 2:01.586. Good result for him. Mitchell Ciolak continuing to be up there in terms of times. He's currently sitting in 5th. Bo Cubis was P2 at the start of the session, but has fallen to 6th place. Could not improve on his time as much as he probably would have liked to.
So approaching the 15-minute mark. We have got almost 5 minutes to go. We're hearing Ethan Grigolt might be on an absolute flyer.
Now let's keep an eye on Ethan. He's coming through the back half of the circuit. He's got another SDC guy in front of him. This will be very useful for Ethan. Get a bit of a draft here on the back straight. All he's got to do is just nail this throttle application. Beautiful stuff there. Look at him, right in the draft.
Yeah, smart. As long as he doesn't get balked in this last section.
We go to the outside. Taking a very
Good.
conservative line.
The bow just moved out of the way, just gave him the corner. So that was a nice bit of sportsmanship there. So Ethan currently in 9th place with a 2:01.8.
Was 1,000th slower than his fastest time. That is going to be very frustrating.
And it's actually dropped him to 9th now. As, so Ian Ford's in 8th, Hampstead 7th, Cuba 6th, Celiac in 5th, Sutton 4th, Madison Down 3rd, Rogers 2nd, and Jared Filsell, your current pole sitter, at the 16-minute mark.
Yeah, we've only got 4 minutes to go in this session, so if a guy goes out now, he will only have one opportunity to set a flying lap. I can't get over the gap at the front though. That's incredible. I keep looking at the timesheets and thinking, how did that happen?
It's crazy, isn't it? It's unbelievable. And just to see that these guys will be kicking themselves as they miss pole by maybe 1,000th or 2,000 of a second.
Yeah, as we see, Kane Kugami has gone to 7th, 2:01.746. He's just starting his in-lap now. Still incredibly close times we're seeing. I'm having a look at Kurt Stenberg, currently down in 19th position. I have a feeling he might be on a flyer. Kurt Stenberg in the black and yellow Fusion Sim Racing Dayco Motorsport machine. Denny's not had the best of luck this season. In previous seasons of V8SCOPS, he's seen better days, to be sure. But he's still plugging away at it. Still running times that will be up there with the best of them.
A little bit frustrating in this session for him, though, as we approach the 18-minute mark, because this is his 6th lap. He's only put down 2 time laps, and one of them was the good one, and the other one wasn't that great. So he'd be hoping to improve on this one. He's only got the last section of the racetrack to go, and he'd love to see him catapult up a little bit. 19th place on the grid is a little bit tricky for a short race round here.
Yeah, it definitely is. But of course, top 20 in Split 1 and V8SCOPS is no slouch, especially in the competitive field that we've got. So props to anyone who can make it into these races anyway. As Stenberg goes into the final turn, car backfiring all the way through there. Gonna stick it tight out of the exit. Let's see whether he starts or finishes a lap here, and if so, what time he does. The 2:02.564, that is slower than his fastest lap. Frustrating.
Yeah, he's got to make these last minute and a half count now. He just needs to keep pushing on regardless of how the car is. No time to pit for tyres or anything now, just push on. There's a car in front of him. He may be able to sniff just a little bit of a draft possibly, but just needs to push on with it.
He definitely does. Looking at Mitchell Cielak now as well. He seems to be on a flyer as well. Currently sitting 5th on a 2:01.63. He comes into the slow but flowing middle section of the course. Props to Cielak though. He's had a very successful weekend so far. Can't wait to see how this turns out for him in the races.
Yeah, and regardless of how this lap turns out, it looks like he's on par to have a top 5 start for this race. So car looks really good and looks quite settled over the bumps. Well, just as I say that, just kicks out a little bit, but very aggressive on the apex there. Fantastic stuff. You'll get a nice long run out of this straightaway. Unfortunately, the car in front just a little bit too far to just get a little sniff of that draft. And that's the end of the session.
Checkered flag at the end of this session, so I'm keeping an eye on Cielak. Let's see what he can... Wait, hold on a minute.
Oh,
we just missed something, Sandman.
It's huge too, isn't
Josh Rogers to P1 on a 2:01.18. Madison down to P2 on a 2:01.267. We do apologise for missing that, guys.
Wow.
Don't know how we managed to pass that by, but goodness me, Josh Rogers on pole at the end of this session.
We're still a couple of cars to finish their laps too, so...
But Cielak falls to 6th place, unfortunately, but that's still an incredibly good showing. Goodness me, Rogers, where did he manage to pull that one from?
Mate, he's still on it too. He hasn't stopped yet. So that last lap was his fastest lap, and he's still going on with it for this second lap. So he's got the Falcon hooked up. And like you said, a 2:01.181, an impressive time over the field. Second place, Madison down, a 2:01.267, and Jared Filsell, a 2:01.396.
Seeing some shifting around in the back half of the field as well. And we'll see if Rogers goes into the pits. Yes, he will. So Josh Rogers goes in proud as the pole man for the Sunshine Super Sprint at Sebring International Raceway. Stenberg's fallen to 21st as there have been some positions shifting around him. Mitch McLeod running Anzac tribute livery. Of course, it is Anzac Day tomorrow. On his Torque Motorsport Holden Commodore down in 19th. So Stenberg falls down just outside the top 20. Ethan Grigg Galt has not managed to improve all that much, but he's in 10th place.
So there you go, impressive stuff, mate. 201.181 from Josh Rogers, I should say, over Madison Down. 201.267, and third Jared Filso 201.396. Unbelievable. It was tight all the way through that session, but wow, that was a great lap.
Yeah, most definitely. I cannot wait for the race now. Rogers has been knocking on the door of a race win for the longest time since the start of this season. He was almost there at Montreal, almost there at Watkins Glen, fast again at Sonoma. So we'll see if he can convert this evident pace into a race win as we go racing at Sebring. But I do believe we should run through the qualifying results now, as everyone seems to have finished up. Josh Rogers, car 92. Is your pole man on a 201.181. Madison Downs, second, 201.267. Jared Filsell, 201.396 in third. Fourth place, Bo Cubis. Fifth, Sam Sutton. Sixth, Mitchell Sealak. Kane Kugamiya, respectable seventh place. Richard Hamstead in eighth. Ian Ford, ninth, knocking on the back door of the top 10, as he has been for a very long time. Ethan Grigg Galt in 10th place.
And we check out 11th in Michael Healy, in 12th, Jake Burton, Jake Blackhall in 13th, Lee Ellis a long way back in 14th, Brenton Hobson in 15th, Corey Preston in 16th, Sean Kelly, probably a little bit further back than we'd expect for Sean too, back in 17th place, Michael Ross Munro in 18th, Mitch McLeod in 19th, and Jason Bentz in 20th.
21st is Kurt Stenberg. Anthony Kernich lining up in 22nd place. Heath Brennan, 23rd. 24th is Paul Gorrell. Michael Hammond, 25th. Jason Hyde, 26th. Performance Motorsports, Forzan El Nabi in 27th. John Latham, 28th. Tony Klusterman, 29th. Rounding out your top 30, a bit lower than we would have expected him, TTL's Jake Maloney. And
the last 7 drivers to punch out a time, Richard Arwood in 31st, Senja Delilac in 37th, Mitch Abreu in 33rd, Jeff Gucci in 34th, Craig Jones in 35th, Luke Harvey in 36th, and Todd Parks in 37th position.
There you go. That is your field right there for the Sunshine Super Sprint Sebring International Raceway in Florida, United States. Palm trees everywhere, nice hot temperatures, and a really bumpy former airport. This is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, bringing on these guys will be certainly excited. We've seen some great times in qualifying. The action is not that far away for Split 1.
Most definitely is not. So we're just going to take a quick break, I think, while the race server goes up. We'll be back with you very, very soon for Race 1 in Round 4 of the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series presented by Lenovo.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sell second. Hampstead third, your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. For what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defining year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Philsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
In the center of the US state of Florida, just outside the town of Sebring, a piece of motor racing history sits proud. Constantly evolving and yet maintaining its aged character, this airfield-based venue remains a challenge for driver and machine alike. This is Sebring International Raceway. Layout-wise, Sebring is shorter and much twistier than it once was, but cars still reach high speeds. Much of the racing surface is left on purpose to preserve the track's bumpy nature that dates back to its original form as a US Air Force base. A patchwork mixture of concrete and asphalt, the former runways and access roads that are now racetrack represent a major workout for vehicle suspension, and it's not unusual to see steering wheels jostling around as drivers make their way around the long lap. Sebring began life as US Army Airfield Hendricks, where during World War II, pilots were trained in flying the B-17 Flying Fortress. After the end of the war, Hendricks fell out of use and was turned over to the town. Racing drivers Sam Collier and Bob Gagan were the first to see the potential for racing at this location, as they flew overhead in 1949 and approached the airfield to raise the possibility of holding a race on the runways. Unfortunately, Collier was killed at Watkins Glen in 1950, and the idea almost fell through. Alec Ullman, an aeronautical engineer and fellow racer, was the one to bring Collier and Gagan's dream to reality. He initially looked at the airfield as a site for restoring military aircraft for civilian use, but his plans quickly changed when he saw potential for a Le Mans-style circuit and race. By the end of the year, Ullman had everything in order, and Sebring's first race, the Sam Collier Memorial 6-Hour, was held on New Year's Eve 1950. This is the layout that was used. Very different from the Sebring we know, to say the least. By 1952, the first 12 hours of Sebring was run, on a new course that would become the classic Sebring layout. The race and the track's stature would grow to an international level in years to come. In 1959, the track gained the honour of being the first in the US to host the United States Grand Prix. Jack Brabham won his first title here, literally pushing his car across the finish line to do so. The track's next layout change was a result of many fatalities during the 1966 event. A driver and 4 spectators, including a 9-year-old boy, were killed and others injured in 2 separate incidents during the 12-hour. After almost losing the race to fellow Florida track Palm Beach, the back straight at Sebring was rerouted to bypass the old airfield buildings. Despite safety upgrades, Sebring was still a primitive circuit. There are many stories from the early years of drivers getting disoriented and having to retire simply because they got lost on the runways and access roads and couldn't find their way back to the track. The airport Sebring originates from has remained operational all this time, and starting in the 1980s, an effort was made to separate the track from the airport to accommodate growing air traffic. Eventually, the track was removed from the main runways entirely in 1987, becoming a permanent circuit and starting to resemble the track as it is today for the first time. Finally, during the 1990s, new sections were progressively added, making the track twistier. The last major modification to Sebring was moving the hairpin back and turning it into something of a chicane. With that, the track is now as we recognise it today. Sebring is one of the oldest continuously operating racetracks in the United States and is a very popular venue. The 12-hour endurance race is a fixture on the World Motorsports calendar. IndyCar has run test days at Sebring, and the Skip Barber Racing School also operates here. For us, Sebring is a long-lost foe making a comeback. In the early days of official racing, Sebring's short club layout was a fixture on the calendar, but after a long absence, this is the first time that much of our field have driven a V8 supercar on the full layout of this historic venue. The Sunshine Super Sprint at Sebring International Raceway, Round 4 of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. And there you have it, guys. Sebring International Raceway. Here we go. We are about to go live, Sandman, for race 1. We've got just under halfway to go in the warm-up session, and the guys are out there cutting laps.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how many actually think about some last-minute changes to these cars, because these guys are always thinking, and this racetrack has got, let's call it character. It's got plenty of character, and you're always thinking about how you can make these cars better, and the bumps and the undulations that we've spoken about in this racetrack, just the joins in the concrete makes it so special, and these guys will be trying to chase every advantage they can and make whatever changes they can in the last dying minutes.
Yeah, Sebring is one of those tracks that you never stop working on a car for. There's always something else to be done. I definitely know when I was racing in the Australian Endurance Championship here a couple of weeks back, we were experimenting right up until the last minute with stuff to do for the car to try and get it to ride those bumps better. But of course, Sebring is a track of compromise above all else. Do you want a smooth car? Do you want something that's fast through the fast turns? Do you want something gets to a nice top speed on the straights? It's one of the ultimate track tests. There's a reason that up until the United Sports Car Championship came about, a lot of European teams tested for Le Mans by running in this race.
Yeah, exactly. You can see just how tough it is for some of these cars and drivers, and surprised, well, actually I shouldn't be surprised with the level of talent we've got in V8SCOPS, but it's great to see how some of these cars are real settled. Like they actually look and flow really well. Could be a different thing from the driver's seat, but sitting from the commentary box, so that these cars actually look quite tame around here.
Yeah, definitely. You probably wouldn't see that on the old car, the car that was before this next gen V8 supercar that we have now, because this particular version of the car has adjustable dampers, so the drivers can really fine tune how the car behaves over the bumps and in the entry, mid, and corner exit. You couldn't do with the old car, of course. Very, very basic suspension on that. But of course, these cars still have the locked differential, which means that there is no sort of compromising with your throttle application. It's either on or off.
So we've only got under a minute to go before this practice session finishes.
Well, we've got just over 30 seconds to go in the session as Administrator Simon Black is just communicating last notes to the drivers. Race is going to be 17 laps long once again. Start area at Sebring is very low grip, has to be said. 50-year-old concrete, former runway. Almost no. Yep. This track is fantastic.
So that's it. Warm-up's done. Now it's time to get serious. These guys will start thinking about that charge into turn one. The last thing anyone wants to see is carnage at turn one. 17 laps for these guys. Going to be an absolute perler.
Yep, it's going to be fantastic. We have we have Joshua Rogers, lining up in first place. Madison down second, Jared Filsell third, Bo Cubis in fourth position, Sutton fifth, Ciolak in sixth, Kane Kugamiya in seventh, Richard Hamstead, previous champion, in eighth, Ian Ford in ninth, and Ethan Griggolt is rounding out your top 10 for this race as the guys are going onto the grid right now.
It's these nervous few seconds for these drivers. They all line up. They're all thinking about the start. They're getting ready to pull first gear.
And the revs are rising, Sandman. We're about to go racing at Sebring. 17 laps is go.
We're underway. It's a Holden versus Ford battle up front for the start. Madison down very even though. Josh Rogers, a great start there. Third place. So it's Rogers, over down, Filsell, Sutton, Cubis, Hamstead. Looks like it's fairly tidy back there.
Yeah, looking very good. It's been very clean so far. Very good to see. Coming to the next heavy braking zone, we see Bo Cubis going up the inside of Sam Sutton there. The dive of all dives. Goodness me. Oh, got cars jostling there. We got Corey Preston and I believe Lee Ellis going side by side in the tower.
Oh, just shows in the dirt on the exit. Corey Preston bags it up a little bit sideways. Ellis will move on with the position, but just showed him the grass.
Very good driving for both of them though. I'm seeing, I think that's Michael Healy back there.
Yeah, oh, a little bit of a wiggle there. Oh, it's off! Preston is off onto the grass. He is out.
Preston turned right in on Healy there.
Just trying to see what damage they may have got out of that.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get a replay of that. That was very, very interesting incident. All right, we've got a replay coming up.
Replay, because yeah, that was tricky. It was like Healy was thinking about making a move and just watch the video to see what happened. I see Preston got sideways up on that curb and it kicked hard into him and just made heavy contact there with Healy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Preston. Car just had a bit of a fishtail moment there, it seems. I don't know. Still, that means that Corey Preston is very much not in contention for this race.
Tell you what, it's busy back here. Ethan Griggolt trying to make a move. Hamstead up the inside. He's making a move up the inside of Cubis. Oh, they're side by side through there. Cubis gets the power down. Oh, nearly nose to tail contact there with Hamstead. Great run from there. Ethan Griggolt trapped right up behind them too. So really close for these couple of spots.
Griggolt going for the move up the inside there. Oh, Hamstead gives him just enough room. They're going to go side by side here. Gold is just sliding around a little bit. Hamstead too. Gold gets ahead. Hamstead
not over yet.
Go again into tower.
Oh, the under and over now. Oh, look at Hamstead.
Look at this.
Oh, Hamstead gets a nudge there from Kugamiya. He's trying to push him to get the job done.
Oh, and meanwhile, Cubis is just driving away.
So they might settle a little bit here. Hamstead, Ethan Griggolt tries to get the over and under. He'll just have to tuck in for the draft there. Kugamiya, he's just lost a little bit of ground on these two.
But Gold still in the draft of Hampstead. Will he think about a move up the inside? He's definitely got a little bit of pace on the Falcon. He's coming to make a look. He looks up the inside there. Oh, just closes the door, Hampstead.
Oh dear, I've just noticed Madison Down is back down to third. I get the feeling he might have gotten a slowdown because Phil Sell got by quite easily on that straight. I think Down with the slowdown, unfortunately. That put him back to third. He's currently fighting with Sutton and Cubis. Oh, such good racing here in the opening laps, though.
Yeah, that really takes the pressure off Rogers and Phil Sell up front. They can just worry about themselves. They've got quite a little margin now back to Madison Down because of that cut track penalty. Sam Sutton in 4th, Bo Cubis 5th, Hampstead in 6th, Ethan Grigg Colt in 7th, and Cade Cucumber in 8th.
Oh, Sutton with a little bit of a look at Down up the inside into the hairpin. Sutton's looking very racy. But up the front, it's Josh Rogers and Jared Philsell. Basically checked out, those two.
Well, these guys know they've got plenty of time up there, so it's only lap 3 of 17, so they can just start to get themselves into a bit of a rhythm. Know they've got some breathing space, so their teammates will be on the radio just to let them know that, hey, there's no pressure, there's plenty of gap between these two back to third, so no pressure at all. They can just run their own race, get into a rhythm, and then worry about the tussle a little bit later on.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to just have a nice controlled race from now on. As we look further back, oh, Sutton just...
Oh, Cubis has got a penalty.
Cubis. Oh
Yep.
no, Cubis with the slowdown.
He had to roll out of the throttle. He's going to lose a spot here to Hampstead as well.
Kane Kugamiya is right behind. Oh, Cubis is going to try and cover Hampstead though. Oh, going side by side through here isn't always a good idea. There's that big bump right there. Cubis just under the bridge. Huge bump that really unsettles the car. Gets onto the grass just a little bit. Just avoids the tyre wall. Oh boy. Now he's facing a charge from Kane Kugamiya. Kugamiya just keeps it a little bit tighter in turn 1.
Yeah, he would have loved to have seen those guys battle out. Oh, nose to tail almost. He would have loved to have seen Cubis and Hampstead just battle out a little bit more side by side because Kane would have jumped big time, but nevertheless, he's still right there in the battle.
Yeah, so the guys are getting a bit single file now, although we might be seeing all of Cubis on Hampstead again.
Yeah, here he goes, inside move. Oh, still on exit, he hasn't cleared him. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. Hammer was still there alongside. He didn't clear him, but Bo just tried to move over. Lucky that Hampstead just got out of the throttle a little bit, but that leaves him open now because Kane Kugamiya will look for a move up the inside. Oh, there's contact. Hampstead's gone. He didn't clear the front nose, and there was contact. Hammer's off.
Oh, wow. Richard Hampstead will not be happy with that. That was a very, very bad set of corners for him. So the issue being, in that section of the track, when you come down to that hairpin, it's all well and good trying to go side by side through there, but you've really got to put trust in the other car when you're going through there, because not only is the track very narrow through there, it curves a little bit as you're trying to go flat out through that section of track. So that's very unfortunate for Richard Hampstead.
Yeah, just checking out that video, it looks like Hammer just tried to close the door, but Kane was there. So Kane had every right to have his nose there alongside. Hammer just tried to shut the door, and there was no way he could shut it.
Well, it is what it is, unfortunately, and Richard Hampstead is going to have to do some work to get back up there.
Oh, sorry, up front, Josh Rogers, Jared Philsell.
Oh, coming into turn 1, Rogers is closing the door.
Oh, they were side by side just coming onto the front straight. Look at the two different lines here. Philsell's going to put it, he's going to have the run to the inside too. Up into the left-hander up here. He's got track position. He'll get the job done. Jared Philsell moves into first place.
Oh, Rogers won't be having that. He's going to try and go up the inside of here.
You just said Rogers won't have any of it. No way. He puts the Falcon back in front.
Brilliant stuff. And that was a very, very smart move by Rogers there too. Oh,
He has to cover.
Phil Sell. Oh, Rogers sits in the middle of the track. Ooh, even a little bit of blocking going on.
Phil Sell up the
Turns in.
inside. Yeah, he'll get the job done. It's all about power down now. Phil Sell has got track position up the inside. He has to be careful though. They're going to run side by side now. Rogers has got the inside.
Oh, what fantastic racing. Rogers going to try and cover. Phil Sell stays behind. Just takes a little bit of a tighter line in that corner. Is Phil Sell going to have a try at Tower?
You'll think about an inside? No. You know who's loving this though? Madison down in third. That's from this battle now.
Yeah, that's really brought Madison up. And I was going to say about that move that Rogers did on Phil Sell, counter move into that turn before the big sweeper. That's a very smart move to do because one of the typical lines that people take through there is they go out wide and then they come back in as the corner radius decreases. So he saw that gap as Phil Sell went wide to take it and just slotted it up in there and got the job done. Very nice driving from Josh Rogers there.
Love this battle up front. Your traditional Holden versus Ford battle right here for V8SCOPS Premier League. It's a battle up front. Phil Sell locks him up, trying his hardest not to make contact with the back of Rogers.
That was a major slide from Phil Sell there.
He locked him up. You could hear it slide, and he did a great job to hold on to it. But the battle will continue. It's lap 5 of 17.
And of course, the guys don't have to pit in this race, so it's going to be 17 laps right to the end. Hopefully, the guys stay together. This is fantastic. Yeah, Down and Sutton have closed right up now. Rogers still holding station as best he can.
How's the times though? With Rogers and Phil Sell, they were battling to a 2:03s. Down chasing him down was a 2:01.
Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. I did see though, Jared Phil Sell went off track at the exit of that corner there. He wouldn't have wanted that. Take it. Greek Gold, meanwhile, has made up quite a few spots. He's up into 5th now, taking advantage of all that carnage in the opening laps.
He's done a great job because he's opened up a bit of a gap over Cubis, who's behind him, and then he's slowly closing in on Sam Sutton. So looks like Ethan fairly comfortable with that car at the moment.
Yeah, yes indeed. I want to draw your attention though to round about the midfield. Richard Hampstead, P17, trying to make his way through the midfield in the midst of a bunch of people battling. We've got a car going slowly there. They all come out onto the Ullman Straight, as it's called. Hampstead pulls out. Oh no, did Hampstead get a slowdown there?
Yeah, it sounds like he's just feathering the throttle a little bit, and he'll give up that position to Mitch McLeod. Oh, contact again! Oh, Mitch holds onto it. It's not over yet. He's got to pull it off. Contact. McLeod into the wall. That's heavy damage to the left front of that Commodore. Wow, that's happened a couple of times tonight. Richard Hampstead just still had the nose alongside there and made contact with Mitch McLeod, and at that point of the
just let McLeod go and then resumed the chase up the end of the straight. He did have the pace to do that.
Yeah, that'll be one for the stewards. They'll no doubt have a look at it. Mitchell certainly bringing it to their attention, but yeah, just unfortunate. Hammer was trying to. Well, he was trying to serve his penalty and not lose too much time at the same time. And, yeah, unfortunately, just made contact there with Mitch McLeod. But nevertheless, it's certainly a night that he'll want to forget quite quickly.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Sandman. Meanwhile, up at the front, we've still got very close racing going on here. Down is closed right up to Phil Sell and Rogers. These guys are going into turn 17. Phil Sell once again right on the back of Rogers. Rogers getting a little bit squirrely at the exit of the last turn.
Geez, Downs impressive a little bit under brakes there. He definitely made up a nice chunk of time there.
Yeah, and I want to draw your attention. I've just noticed in the broadcast chat, Kurt Stenberg has made up quite a few positions. Started 21st and is now in 15th position. So doing a fine job there, Stenny. Almost dropped it though, as he had a little bit of a moment at the exit of turn 1. That's one of the worst places to go off the track. It's one of those turns where it's always better to sort of take the tighter line at the exit, because if you go wide and the car just unloads at the wrong time, then you're gone pretty much.
Well, up front, it was inevitable. We've got a 3-car train now. Down is right in the back of Phil Sell. Phil Sell now knows that he has to put a little bit more pressure towards Rogers, because if he doesn't forward that pressure, it's going to come from Down. So these guys, nice little 3-car train here for first, second, third.
Oh, yeah. Madison Down and Jared Philsell really nose to tail now. Josh Rogers is eking out a little bit of a gap now.
Oh, nice and close. Love it, love it.
Down just took a tighter line through there. That will have compromised his exit slightly, perhaps, maybe. We'll see by the end of the straight. Here we go. Madison has not managed to gain on Jared Philsell. This battle is fantastic.
Oh, mate, I'm just in awe. I'm just sitting there staring, watching, loving it. Just waiting to see who will make that little mistake first. Who's got the advantage? Who's struggling with grip? It's a guessing game at the moment. Down looks strong under brakes, but again, Phil Sell, he knows he just needs to... Oh, he's just a little wiggle on exit there, so you know he's pushing, but he needs to work out where can he get past Rogers. Has he got enough? Is he struggling with his car? Because he knows if he doesn't hurry up and do something about it, Down will pounce.
Yeah, as they come on to the back straight, Rogers is just keeping it controlled at the moment. He knows that Phil Sell will be... Oh, Phil Sell.
Oh.
A little bit of a slide there. But he knows that Phil Sell and Down battling is going to give him the advantage in this situation. Down just...
One thing I was just going to say, I like how Down's moving around a little bit just in Phil Sell's mirror, just to let him know that he's there. Of course he knows he's there, but he just wants to throw him a little bit, move around. Just make Jared have a second look in that mirror just to see what Down's doing.
Yeah, oh, and Jared's just gone off a little bit there at Tower Turn. Rogers is just driving away at the moment. I'm going to take a look back in the field. We've got a few more guys battling in the lower half of the top 10. Kukamia, Ellis, Burton, and Blackhall. Blackhall, of course, a bit of a way behind them, but Kukamia, Ellis, and Burton are in a similar position to Rogers, Philsell, and Down at the front. Very interesting battle going on there.
Not a bad job there from Ellis too. Ellis is currently in 8th place, started back in 14th, so he's got a couple of positions up under his belt.
Another battle we should be looking at is Richard Aylward and Forzan El Nabi down in P18, P19. These guys are pretty close as well.
Tell you what, it's hard to look away from the front.
Yeah.
Jared Filsell now all over the back of Rogers. Looks like he had just a tiny bit of a run on him. Actually thought he was going to make a move, but you can see them
might make a move
both.
here. No, Filsell thinks better of it. I mean, we did see Sean Thompson fire it up the inside at Tower Turn, which was a very brave maneuver, but I think in Filsell's situation you wouldn't want to do it, as he's squirming around. He's saying, let me buy, let me buy, let me buy.
Looks like he, down to the back of Filsell too, but looks like he had the pace there, but it's just a tricky part of the racetrack there to try and make a move. You've really got to be committed. And you can see these guys just feathering the throttle, just making sure they don't make contact with each other. Great racing up front for the podium.
Yeah, Filsell just taking a little bit of a tighter line into the last turn.
I love these 3 different lines there. Look at that. That's great.
Yeah. That's very interesting to watch, actually. They come across the line. They are not even separated by half a second, these guys. This is the top 3 in this race. Filsell just takes a wider entry into turn 1. Down
Down's got a bit of pace.
Exit. Always threatening to make a move, but never quite doing it. Filsell just went
a little
wide.
bit of contact. Just that, you know what that is? That's Braille for hurry up, let's go. I've got a quicker car at the moment. I want to get the job done. So
And
Madison
look at-
down. He needs to
The gap
cover.
that's given Rogers. Seems every time Filsell and Down close up, something happens and Rogers manages to pull away a little bit more.
Mate, and those couple of car links, if you can get 1 or 2 car links in a battle this close, that's godsend. That's gift wrapped for you. That's exactly what you need. Have a look at Down. He'll think about a move up the inside. No, he's not quite close enough. Both on the limit of the brakes. Filsell just goes in a little bit hot, a little bit sideways on exit. Down's just on the wrong part of the racetrack, just pushed it out a little bit wide there.
Bill, he's just having little looks, just saying, yes, Jared, I'm here. And if you get a good exit out of Tower Turn, it's so frustrating because you've got that section of the track where you can't make a pass.
That's right, and that's exactly what Filsell had with Rogers a couple of laps ago. It's the same deal. He just couldn't do anything with it. It's almost single file. You may as well just have Armco wrapped up each side of the race car through that part of the racetrack. You just can't do much with it. But look at this battle that we've been talking about. Rogers is loving it. He's got himself a couple of more car lengths now.
Yeah, Josh Rogers very much controlling this race at the moment, it seems. Filsell and Down battle behind him. The last 2 positions on the podium. Sam Sutton, though, is holding station nicely in 4th and even might have gained on them a little bit. You'll be looking at this battle thinking, what can I do before the end of the race? We've just ticked over lap 12 of the race.
Madison Down's alongside. Sorry to cut you off, mate. It's side by side. Filsell Down. This is a battle for second. Down will have the inside move here. Gets up on the curb. Nice car control there. The ultimate car, the Sydney Commodore, moves into second place in front of Jared Filsell.
Filsell is just, did I see a bit of oversteer from Down there? I'm not too sure, but Filsell is a racer at heart. He would want that position back, but he knows that he'll have to hold back ever so slightly because now we're coming up to a part of the racetrack where going side by side is not the best idea.
Well, what Filsell can do now, he can just capitalise on this. He'll just sit back, just follow Down and say, all right, if Down can chase down Rogers, then he can use that draft just to be dragged along a little bit, and that may help him just that little bit, just to help get back in this 3-car battle, because as it is at the moment, Rogers has just skipped away with Down and Filsell battling, but now they've sorted that out, maybe he can just follow on and see if he can follow maybe Madison Down. If he gets a pass done on Rogers, he may be able to follow that through.
Let's see what happens.
Just hearing reports of Kirk Stenberg had a big moment back there. And managed to get back on the racetrack. Didn't hit the wall, but unfortunately gave up a couple of spots as he rejoined the racetrack.
Yep, still a very good showing from Stenny. Improvement from his starting position. Now,
So that gap up front between Rogers and Down, 1.4 seconds.
yeah, and look at the gap that Down has pulled on Phil Sell now. Phil Sell is falling into the clutches of Sutton slightly.
Yeah, last lap round, although they did in the past, it was a 2:02.5 for Down compared to a 2:03.5 for Phil Sell, and Rogers had a 2:02.5. So pretty close between Down and Rogers. Be interesting to see how this next lap pans out.
Well, I think as we get into the dying stage of the race, there's only about 5 laps to go in this race, so about 10 minutes. We'll have to see what Madison Down can do in that time, because he's definitely shown pace. Of course, Josh Rogers is still very hungry for that first win in V8 SCOPS. Been threatening to do it since the start of the season.
Nothing worse than trying to chase down your first win, and then you got Madison Down, who's got well, he's got that many wins. I think he's just run out of ink in his pen to write them all down. But like you said earlier in the broadcast, a 9-time series champ, and he isn't giving up. Down is just slowly starting to chip away at that lead that Rogers managed to eke out a little bit. It's going to continue a good old Holden versus Ford battle. We love it.
Yeah, that's what we come here to see. Some of the best sim racers in Australia driving the most iconic of Australian cars in the modern age. I have to take a look at lap times as they come across the start-finish line on this occasion, see if Madison is indeed gaining on Rogers. Rogers lap.
Ooh.
202.354 from Rogers. And Madison Down at 202.019. So Down gained ever so slightly on that one. At 0.3 a lap over about the next 4 laps, he should be right up there with him if Down keeps up this pace.
Yeah, great battle unfolding. Unfortunately, Phil Sell just looks like he hasn't got the chocolates to keep up. Unfortunately, he's just falling back just ever so much from this battle, and it's going to be a 2-car battle towards the end.
Looking down in the field, Jake Maloney for TTL, up to 19th now after starting 30th. He's in a little bit of a fight with Mitchell Abrahall, who has also made magnificent gains, a bit more than Maloney in fact, from 33rd to 20th. Good job from him.
Pretty impressive, nice work. Oh, just as we talk him up! Oh, commentators curse, he holds on to it though. A big moment under brakes there, wow.
Sorry, Mitch. Oh, wow.
You can send
Very
that
good
to
job from
Reese
Holden.
Gardner, care of V8sonline.
Yes, but yeah, Mitch Abrahall still doing a very nice job. And great car control skills to be able to hold that. Seeing a bunch of guys making up some great positions. As Stenberg we're hearing. Oh no, Stenberg spun. More positions lost for Stenny. Oh, re-enters the racetrack and Hampstead. Oh.
Wow.
That much worse than it was.
Yeah, geez, he had his work cut out for him. That started quite a few turns ago before he went off on the grass. He actually made contact with another car back there. It went off onto the grass, rejoined, and ended up being looked like a pinball in a pinball machine.
Yeah, it looks like Stenberg might have suspension damage, as we're seeing a 6-boost car out there. Oh, Stenberg onto the track right in front of, I think that is Kloosterman. No, it's Todd Parks. Well, no, it isn't Parks. Terribly sorry, guys. That's going to be a very, very bad turn of events for Kurt Stenberg, as we're just seeing a replay of the incident that caused him to spin. Oh, man. Very unfortunate for all of the drivers involved in that. Stenberg is pulling into the pits now. What a shame.
Yeah, it's never good when it happens, especially when you're only a couple laps from home. But yeah, that was a right old mess, and it looked like to be going on for quite some time too. So it's a shame, but wow, checking out this battle up front, I reckon Rogers is looking pretty good to snag his first win.
Yeah, that's what it seems. Coming up to the final couple of laps now. It's going to be the penultimate lap, next lap. Come out of the final turn. Second last lap will start imminently. Yeah, it doesn't look like Down's going to catch Rogers in this last stage of the race.
Their times are almost identical as they went across the line for that last lap. So I think time is just running out for Down. But look, Rogers' car has been strong all night. What can we say? He started off pole. He had that great battle with Phil Sell. And as I say that, I think Sam Sutton has got in front of Phil Sell now. So Phil Sell's back to fourth.
Yes, indeed. And Phil Sell has got Ethan Grid Gold on his tail, but we'll see if Phil Sell can try and get this position back from Sam Sutton. They're going to go side by side into the hairpin.
Smart by Sutton. He just covers the inside line there. That's a great move.
Sutton has the preferred line, but Phil Sell has been able to get the traction down a little bit better on the outside. See if he goes for the move again up here.
Oh, yeah, he will. He will.
Yep.
He's going to throw it up the inside. Can he stop it, though? Oh, yes, he can. Great job, Phil Sell. Not over yet, though. Ethan Grigold's going to be watching this. He's going to see the battle between him and Sam Sutton and think, can he get a piece of it? He looks up the inside. Oh, not quite.
Oh, he's going to give it a red-hot go, though. I could see Phil Sell's car just squirming in the braking zone there as he was attempting to get that car stopped. Fantastic stuff from these guys.
Definitely had a crack at being the last of the late breakers, but just couldn't quite get the power down. It was a great battle between himself and Sam Sutton, but it's the last step on the podium too, and they know they're coming up to the final lap.
Yeah, meanwhile, for the first couple of steps on the podium, we're about to see Josh Rogers and Madison Downs start the final lap of the race. But I want to keep an eye on this battle for third. This is fantastic.
Yeah, well, Ethan Griggold, he's worked his way into it too, so don't discount Ethan. He's thinking about grabbing that last step on the podium.
And we'll see what happens in that respect. Meanwhile, Bo Cubis, Jake Burton and Lee Ellis are starting to form a bit of a pack with Kane Kugamiya. It's all closing up here in the top 10 at the end of the race.
Oh, how's Ethan? That car moving around for Ethan. Sorry, mate, go for it.
Yeah, I don't want to take away from this battle for third, but I got to say, what a drive from Josh Rogers it has been. He's managed to hold the lead for this long. And touch wood, no commentator's curse here. Let's see if he can hold on to it.
And look, don't forget, he's taken it to some of the best guys in sim racing at the moment for our V8 series, because he was up there having a great battle with Jared Philsell. So those boys were swapping the positions for first and second. He didn't lay down. He had a great crack at him, and he managed to open up that gap when Down jumped on in the scene, because those boys started battling out, and Rogers just thought, well, I'll take this opportunity, run with it a little bit, and managed to open up a gap, and that's exactly all he needed to do. And the car's been great from the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, it definitely has been. Josh Rogers, as I've been saying all season, he's been knocking on the door. He is the one who knocks. And as they've only got one turn to go, Josh Rogers and Madison Down going down the back straight. Battle for third may still not be over though. Looks like they've all gone in there, but Josh Rogers, Sandman, take it away.
Comes out of the final turn. It's going to be his maiden win in V8 stops. It's Josh Rogers takes the checkered flag in the Hyperstimulator Falcon. Well done, Josh.
Very well deserved from him. Fantastic drive. Madison Down comes home in second. Sam Sutton is going to get third place from Jared Filsell, from Ethan Griggold. That's your top five. Kane Kugamia crosses the line to finish in sixth. Seventh is going to be Bo Cubis, Jake Burton, and Lee Ellis behind him. Ian Ford is going to round out your top 10 with Sean Kelly very close behind.
Sensational stuff. Well done, Josh Rogers. He had the best of the best happen on his door, and he held him off. That car was great from the drop of the green flag, like we said, and he'll be absolutely stoked. A great job. The Falcon getting one up over the Commodore.
Yep, as we see guys coming across the start-finish line now. Richard Hampstead all the way down in 22nd position. He's been in the wars. That is the understatement of the century. Definitely not the kind of race that people would expect to see from a driver like Hampstead, and I'll bet he's kicking himself as well.
Mate, that's all right. It happens to the best of us. We all have our good days and bad days, but this is one race you'll be very quickly ready to forget because, yeah, things just went a little bit of pear-shaped throughout that event, but nevertheless, he gets to regroup, regather, and he's still got another one to come in a few moments' time.
Oh, something happened to Mitchell Sealack, Sandman. I'm really sorry if we've missed that. He's all the way down in 29th now. That's a real shame. And Matt Stratford is going to be the final car to finish on the lead lap.
Oh, yeah.
Final car to see the whole of the race. But, oh boy, Sandman, oh, what a race. We've got a longer one to go with a compulsory pit stop.
Oh, that's what we like to throw a bit of pit stop action in there. These guys can think about it, think about pit strategy, and that'll mix things up a little bit. But there was no doubting Josh Rogers today. Great win, and yeah, what can you say? He'll be pumped about the next one.
Yeah, he definitely will be as Matt Stratford decides to cross the finish line backwards. But that is your race result. Winner for race one, Josh Rogers. Second place, Madison Down. Sam Sutton in third, Jared Filsell fourth. Fifth place is Ethan Griggold. Kane Kugamia finished in sixth. Bo Cubis in seventh. Jake Burton eighth. Lee Ellis ninth. Ian Ford is your 10th place finisher for race one.
We'll go through the rest of the field. 11th place, Sean Kelly. Jake Blackhall in 12th. Michael Healy in 13th. John Latham in 14th. Richard Harwood in 15th. Jake Maloney in 16th. Mitch Abril in 17th. Fawn and Nazabi, sorry, I haven't got that right. He's in 19th, the looks of it. And Heath Brennan in 20th.
21st was Jeff Gauci. Richard Hampstead way down in 22nd. Luke Harvey finished 23rd. Todd Parks and Michael Hammond behind him, with Tony Klusterman in 26th. Matthew Ross Munro in 27th place. Sanjin Delalek in 28th. 29th was Mitchell Sealack. Very unfortunate for him after starting well in the top 10. And Matt Stratford is your final finisher on the lead lap.
We check out the rest of the field. Kirk Stenberg, the first car. He was 3 laps down, finishing 31st. Ben Hobson, 32nd. Anthony Kernich in 33rd. 34th, Corey Preston at 35th. Mitch McLeod. Wow. Yeah, we saw what happened with Mitch. He'd be disappointed about that. 36th, Jason Pence. And 37th, Paul Gorrell. So that rounds out your finishing order for race one.
Oh, there we go. Race one of the Sunshine Super Sprint. Round 4 of the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series is complete. And now it's just a certain amount of time before we jump right back into it for the feature race. 21 laps around Sebring once again, this time with a compulsory pit stop. Sandman, I am excited.
Oh, mate, I can't wait. I love that we're throwing a little bit of pit stop action there. Really mixing things up. Can't wait to see how the next one unfolds.
Yeah, well, I think this is a very opportune time to go to a short commercial break. We'll be right back with you as soon as we jump back in. You're watching the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. This is a Sunshine Super Sprint from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back with you very soon.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sells second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. What a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
In the center of the US state of Florida, just outside the town of Sebring, a piece of motor racing history sits proud. Constantly evolving and yet maintaining its aged character, this airfield-based venue remains a challenge for driver and machine alike. This is Sebring International Raceway. Layout-wise, Sebring is shorter and much twistier than it once was, but cars still reach high speeds. Much of the racing surface is left on purpose to preserve the track's bumpy nature that dates back to its original form as a US Air Force base. A patchwork mixture of concrete and asphalt, the former runways and access roads that are now racetrack represent a major workout for vehicle suspension, and it's not unusual to see steering wheels jostling around as drivers make their way around the long lap. Sebring began life as US Army Airfield Hendricks, where during World War II, pilots were trained in flying the B-17 Flying Fortress. After the end of the war, Hendricks fell out of use and was turned over to the town. Racing drivers Sam Collier and Bob Gagan were the first to see the potential for racing at this location, as they flew overhead in 1949 and approached the airfield to raise the possibility of holding a race on the runways. Unfortunately, Collier was killed at Watkins Glen in 1950, and the idea almost fell through. Alec Ullman, an aeronautical engineer and fellow racer, was the one to bring Collier and Gagan's dream to reality. He initially looked at the airfield as a site for restoring military aircraft for civilian use, but his plans quickly changed when he saw potential for a Le Mans-style circuit and race. By the end of the year, Ullman had everything in order, and Sebring's first race, the Sam Collier Memorial 6-hour, was held on New Year's Eve 1950. This is the layout that was used. Very different from the Sebring we know, to say the least. By 1952, the first 12 hours of Sebring was run, on a new course that would become the classic Sebring layout. The race and the track's stature would grow to an international level in years to come. In 1959, the track gained the honour of being the first in the US to host the United States Grand Prix. Jack Brabham won his first title here, literally pushing his car across the finish line to do so. The track's next layout change was a result of many fatalities during the 1966 event. A driver and 4 spectators, including a 9-year-old boy, were killed and others injured in 2 separate incidents during the 12-hour. After almost losing the race to fellow Florida track Palm Beach, the back straight at Sebring was rerouted to bypass the old airfield buildings. Despite safety upgrades, Sebring was still a primitive circuit. There are many stories from the early years of drivers getting disoriented and having to retire simply because they got lost on the runways and access roads and couldn't find their way back to the track. The airport Sebring originates from has remained operational all this time, and starting in the 1980s, an effort was made to separate the track from the airport to accommodate growing air traffic. Eventually, the track was removed from the main runways entirely in 1987, becoming a permanent circuit and starting to resemble the track as it is today for the first time. Finally, during the 1990s, new sections were progressively added, making the track twistier. The last major modification to Sebring was moving the hairpin back and turning it into something of a chicane. With that, the track is now as we recognize it today. Sebring is one of the oldest continuously operating racetracks in the United States and is a very popular venue. The 12-hour endurance race is a fixture on the World Motorsports calendar. IndyCar has run test days at Sebring, and the Skip Barber Racing School also operates here. For us, Sebring is a long-lost foe making a comeback. In the early days of official racing, Sebring's short club layout was a fixture on the calendar, but after a long absence, this is the first time that much of our field have driven a V8 supercar on the full layout of this historic venue. The Sunshine Super Sprint at Sebring International Raceway, Round 4 of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Well, here we go, Sandman. We're just waiting for the Race 2 server to come up, and then we'll be ready to go racing at Sebring once again.
Yeah, plenty of great racing action. Sebring really turned it on. I know myself personally as a driver, I can't quite get my head around Sebring. It's just one of those technical racetracks that I probably haven't spent enough time doing laps on, but every time I've tuned in to watch a race, or whether I watch one race there in real life, it certainly turns it on. And yeah, it was great to watch V8SCOPS there.
It definitely was. That was a 17-lap sprint race that you guys just saw, and it's going to be a 21-lap feature race with a compulsory pit stop. Now, compulsory pit stop are our favourite 3 words at the moment, aren't they, Sandman?
Love compulsory pit stops. Funny you talking about that because I was just trying to talk to a teammate of mine, Ellis. I tried to get some information from him. I said, mate, come on, let us know. When are you going to do this compulsory pit stop? And he said, he'll give me the scoop somewhere between the start and the finish of the race. So thank you very much, Lee Ellis.
Thank you very much for that extremely valuable information, Mr. Ellis.
Good stuff.
Yeah, very good stuff. Well, has to be seen whether Josh Rogers can maintain that winning form that he's shown he can finally do, as he demonstrated in race 1. And Jared Filsell will be looking to capitalise on a few things as well, especially after the race kind of went belly up for him in the last stages, with his tyres just getting a little bit too worn to carry on at any rate of speed. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. Also, Mitchell Searlack. I do believe there is another qualifying session for this race, so we'll see if Mitchell Searlack can carry the qualifying pace into the race as he's showing that he can do.
Yeah, definitely. He did a great job in that last one. Grabbed pole, grabbed the race win. So no doubt he'd be trying to channel a little bit of Scotty McLaughlin at Phillip Island not that long ago for the V8s, because he did pretty much the same thing. Grab pole, grab the win, grab pole, grab the win. And no doubt he'd be looking to do the same. And tell you what, if the car's just as good as it was in that last one, he was able to hold on to the pressure and came out on top. So it was a great run.
Yeah, funny you should mention how the car looked very controlled. It seems that TTL have a bit of a pattern there. They're able to make their cars sort of handle bumps a little better than their rivals. In fact, I remember when this generation V8 supercar first came out, as we see from Brenton Hobson, the second best lap from the qualifying session is going to set the grid. So unfortunately, I wasn't keeping track of what the second best qualifying times were, so the grid's going to definitely be a surprise for me.
Yeah, nice little twist. I wasn't paying attention to that either. So there you go, something different.
Yeah, all good. We're going to see how that turns out. And where was I? When this generation V8 supercar came out, I was on Teamspeak with the Trans-Tasman Racing boys, and they were talking about how they could not get their cars to ride the bumps at Bathurst like TTL could. Remains to be seen if that is still the case, but TTR has always had pace, TTL has always had pace as well, and I'm running out of things to say because I just want to get going with this race.
It's interesting to see how these teams take it on, because the bumps, like you said, they play a big key in all of these races, regardless of what racetrack we go to. And I tell you what, if there's people, we're lucky enough to have a couple of people in TTR that can actually can do shock absorber work, and they can work out the mapping on the cars to see, you know, what works with shock absorbers and what doesn't. I have absolutely no idea, and it's probably about the same amount of talent as I have at the same time, but I leave that to them because I have no idea about setting up a car as far as getting it to work with shocks, and that's a big advantage. If you can get your head around that, it certainly does pay dividends, especially in a racetrack like this.
Yeah, definitely. I echo that sentiment, Sandman, as the race session is now up, so we'll be loading into that very soon and getting you live pictures coming from the track. So it's a 65% fuel restriction for this 21-lap race. Of course, that means they are going to have to stop for fuel, but the question is, will they stop for tyres? I do know that the tyres were fairly shot by the end of the race, as Phil Sell has said. So, yeah, that'll be interesting.
Of course, that's what we love about strategy, all these guys mixing it up, because, of course, everyone's car handles differently. Maybe looking after their tyres better than others, but like you said, it's a little bit of a longer distance race for this one, 21 laps. So, and do love that they throw in a pit stop there, because there's all that sense of mystery of whether people will take tyres, and how these cars will behave as the laps goes on. So interesting to see who will go first, who will go last, and how it all unfolds towards the end.
Yeah, that is the truth. We've got cars going out now in the 10-minute warm-up session for this race. Who is your pick for the race win now? As we're seeing just now, Simon Black from OSR has come in and given us the grid for this race. Rogers is going to start on pole in this one as well, Sandman.
Mate, it'd be hard to go past Rogers. His car was awesome in that last race, and the pressure didn't bother him. He had pressure from fuel cell and down. So, mate, I'm going to go for back-to-back. I'm going to go that he's going to do a bit of a Scott McLaughlin type deal and take both wins.
Yeah, that's. I have to say that as well. Honestly, I can't really fault Josh Rogers here at Sebring, and I'd tip him for the win as well. But of course, we can't discount Madison Down and Jared Filsell as well. They were right there with him for most of the race. Sutton is going to start 4th. Cube is 5th. Ethan Grid-Galt's going to start 6th. Sialak is going to start 7th. So that's another very good result for him in terms of where he's starting. Ian Ford's going to start 8th, 9th is Jake Burton, and your top 10 is rounded out by Richard Hampstead. So Hampstead's going to get another bite at the cherry to see if he can get a good finish.
We always know that qualifying is important, but wow, that last qualified session to punch out 2 good laps, so you'd have a good one to fall back on for this second race. That was mega important. So it's great that sort of it's a little bit of a twist like that, and mate, I can't wait to see how this all unfolds.
Yeah, I can't wait either. We're ticking down the seconds until the race session goes live. We've got just under 6 minutes to go, as we're seeing Mitch McLeod out there on track, just cutting some laps, getting ready to get back into the zone, into the race zone after that very unfortunate incident with Richard Hampstead into the last turn in that last race.
It should be good to just keep an eye on Mitch as he trundles around. Of course, as you touched on, he's got the special Anzac livery for Anzac Day, so a nice little touch there from Mitch McLeod. So well done, mate.
Yeah, very nice job. And Simon has just come back in and given us the penalties. There were no penalties for Split 2, but oh boy, there are a few for Race 1. We were just talking about Richard Hampstead versus Mitch McLeod. Richard has been given a drive-through for that incident. Looks like the incident between Corey Preston and Michael Healy on lap 1 was deemed a racing incident. Lap 1, Jake Maloney and Tony Klusterman, also a racing incident. Jason Bentz has been given a drive-through and a 25-point penalty for an incident with Matthew Ross Monroe on lap 1. And an incident between Ian Ford and Jake Burton is going to be a post-race investigation. An incident on lap 7 between Matt Stratford and Michael Hammond has been deemed Matt's fault, and he is going to be given a drive-through in this race. So we've got a few guys with penalties in this race. So yeah, that's going to spice things up yet again.
Not wrong. It's kept the stewards busy in that little break that we had. But, well, that's it. Those guys will just the people who got penalties will just have to grin and bear it. The other guys that didn't, I didn't see all the incidents, so it's they may be counting their lucky stars. But nevertheless, we start again, and can't wait for race 2.
Yes, indeed. There was. I have made a mistake, guys. Sorry. It looks like. Everyone had done their drive-throughs in race 1, so those were penalties that they were given in race 1. My apologies for that error. That's actually quite a big error. My apologies. The only one who did not serve the drive-through was Jason Bentz, so he's been given a subsequent 25-point penalty.
All right, there we go. All good.
There we go. All sorted out. Wonderful.
If you're finding a way to pass a bit of time before we start to go green, we tried something a little bit different for the Comsbox. If you head to the Comsbox Facebook page, we've set up the live Facebook cam. And God forbid you look at my ugly mug for the next 21 laps, but you'll be able to see me as we commentate this race from Sebring. And I'll tell you what, hopefully it's as intense as the first one, because I may pop a blood vessel, but there was some great racing in that first race. The side-by-side racing and nose-to-tail stuff was just brilliant.
Yeah, it definitely is. V8SCOPS always turns up the heat, so to speak. Easily a fantastic sim racing series with some fantastic drivers and fantastic tracks as well, as we can see racing on the former runways of Sebring. We're coming now to the last 2 minutes of the warm-up session. And then we'll go green for 21 more laps at Sebring, and that'll be the end of the night.
What about you, Race? Are you putting your money on Rogers, or are you going somewhere else?
I did say before I put my money on Rogers, I do believe.
Yep.
Of course, I'm kind of notorious for not wanting to take sides, which is why I did mention, oh, you can't count out Madison and Jared. But yeah, I do think Rogers definitely has what it takes.
I've got a double whammy going on, mate. I'm going against my team boss. I should be maybe backing Madison down, but I'm also going for that horrible-looking blue oval thing out there as well. So I don't want to talk too much about that. But anyone who knows me will know that I'm quite Holden devoted. But nevertheless, he can't take it away from Rogers. He did everything right. Car was beautiful. He ran strong, and he didn't fold under pressure.
Yeah, too true. I am a bit of a Holden boy myself, but you know, you can't deny the skill of some of the guys in Fords. It's absolutely fantastic to see people mixing it up and not having a field that is completely dominated by one make of car. Just under a minute to go now. Pressure is mounting. At least for us in the comms box anyway. The drivers are probably just out there driving laps going, yeah, all right, let's go.
Yep, we know what the car feels like. Yep, we know when we're going to pit. Well, I say that. Some people don't actually still know when they're going to pit. I know there's a couple of crazy clowns in TTR that sometimes leave it till the last minute, but nevertheless, everyone has some sort of idea of what they want to do and how the race may turn out. But tell you what, as soon as that green flag drops, everything's subject to change.
Yep, too true. There we go, 10 minutes up. And now, going to switch over. Get ready. Here we go, we are now in the race session. We're going to see drivers jumping onto the starting grid, getting ready for race 2 here at Sebring.
All that nervous energy now on the grid.
Yeah, this
Drivers.
is indeed the calm before the storm.
Yeah, they're all thinking about the start. And of course the barrel into turn 1.
Hearing drivers shifting gears on the starting grid, jumping into first gear, ready for a good getaway. So we'll see now, can Josh Rogers hold on as the revs rise? Getting ready to go green here at Sebring for the second time. Green flag, and they are away. Madison down and not getting there.
Phil Cell! Have a look at Phil Cell. He's going to take it right up to the inside. What a great start there. They're 3 wide side by side going into turn 1.
Oh, they're going to try and stay 3 wide. These 3 leaders. Jared Philsell leads out of turn 1.
Awesome stuff. Rogers now thinking about a move up again on the inside. No, thinks better of it. Now Madison moving to second. Phil Cell to first.
Turn around. Oh, we've got drivers going off the track to avoid that incident. Looks like most of them got through cleanly though.
Oh, more carnage there. Looks like a little bit of bump and grind through the field there, up near the bridge.
Oh, Rogers is going to try and go for the move on down here. Probably, maybe. No. Going to stay even there in the top three. Oh, I'm seeing Bo Cubis has the boot lid missing from his car. That's a shame for him.
Geez, what a start from Phil Seller. Absolutely perfect start from third to first into turn one. And how's the three wide action with Down and Rogers? That was awesome.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. Really speaks to the professionalism of those drivers, that they were able to do that without there being absolutely massive carnage erupting amongst them. But now as they come into the Le Mans complex, it's Phil Cell leading from Down, from Rogers, Eden Grid Gold, very close behind.
Geez, how's the field? They've really spaced out for these first 10 or so grid spots. It's unbelievable the gap that there is just because of that little bit of carnage that happened. It really threw a spanner amongst the works.
It definitely did. We're seeing some drivers going side by side up through here. I think that's Hampstead. Hampstead on Sutton.
Yep, got the job done. Oh, Sutton tried
Ellis.
to think about... Yeah, he's tried to thought about the under and over cut, but Ellis had his nose there. He couldn't quite get the job done.
Yeah, so that's going to... Ooh, unless Sutton can come back on him before turn
sorry,
one.
Ethan Grid Gold is in pit lane.
Oh, wow, he's taking his pit stop super early.
Wow.
Oh, Ellis and Sutton very, very close through turn one. Sutton almost turned Ellis around, but got on the brakes just a little and held back. Good stuff. Such a tight corner through there.
So there was that drive-through for Ethan. Just trying to work out what the go was there.
Yeah, I don't know. I might have made the wrong call with him taking his pit stop. That might have, if it was a drive-through, they would have said so in sim.
Yeah, he
So-
didn't stop. He didn't stop in pit lane. So
Yeah, I'm not
sure.
I'm not sure what the go was there. I guess we'll find out after the race.
oh, Bo Cubis! Oh, Lee Ellis is off. He's
Oh,
nearly
no.
into the tyre barrier. Great save from Ellis. Just like a little bit of contact between him and Bo Cubis just into that turn. And I tell you what, Ellis was very, very lucky to keep that out of the tyre barrier.
Yeah, that's very lucky there from Ellis. Not really a place you want that to happen, all the way back in that midfield. Shout out though to Ian Ford, who has managed to make his way up from 8th to 4th in the midst of all this, and Mitchell Sealak, who is now running 5th.
Great job. These guys just kept their nose clean. They've got a little bit of a margin to the top three, but nevertheless, they've got some clear air and plenty of time to make up that ground.
We're seeing Healy and Sutton, I believe. Oh, Sutton going around the outside of Cubis. Cubis is going to file straight into the pits. That was very, very close. And Bo Cubis, very sorry looking Holden Commodore there, touring into the pits. Meanwhile, the top three are together as they were in the last race. Except this time the order's a little different. It's Phil Cell, Down and Rogers.
Of course, now the mind games start. When does everyone start thinking about their pit stops? Of course, we spoke about the compulsory pit stop that these guys have got. The top three really close nose to tail, so these guys will be trying to second guess each other, whether they're going to see who's going to pit, who's not going to, and of course who may possibly even take tyres.
Yes, having a look at a battle further back in the top 10 though. Jake Burton, Kane Kugamiya and Richard Hampstead, 6th, 7th and 8th here, battling very hard. Hampstead wanting to make good on that poor result in the last race, and Burton and Kugamiya are very, very, very close.
Yeah, no shortage of action for Hampstead in the earlier race, but he's also got a little bit of looks like left rear damage to the back of that Falcon, but shouldn't annoy him too much. As long as the front's clean, then he's happy. So good little battle here, like you said, between him, Burton, and Kugamiya.
Yeah, very, very close. Within 0.6 of a second of each other last time by. Meanwhile, up the front, gaps are pretty even. I get the feeling they're not going to try any crazy moves like they would in the last race. They're just going to hold station and wait until the pit stops, and then the race will truly be on. Basically buying a ticket to the second half of the race.
That's exactly right, mate. It's early days. You don't want to do anything silly or anything that could jeopardise yourself, even possibly getting a penalty. These guys will just sort of... they'll race it out. They'll just try and see how their car is compared to the guys around them. And, of course, they'll have some sort of idea of when they're going to pit. But, of course, now the battle that they're in, they'll be trying to second-guess when each other pit as well.
And that's always fun to watch. Guys attempting to see who blinks first as Rogers closes right up to the back of down into the hairpin. Either Phil Cell has a bit more of a gap or Down's fallen back a little. Oh, but looking further back in the field, Jake Blackhall fighting with Ellis here. They're going side by side. Ellis is going to try go up the inside of Blackhall.
Oh, Brenton Hobson's trying to buy into it too.
Oh dear. Ooh, Hobson just slows up a little, and that slows up Kurt Stenberg in return. A little bit of an accordion effect. Ooh, Stenberg closing up ever so slightly.
How crazy is this for 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th? That's awesome.
This is some fantastic racing right here. The action is not always up at the front. It's definitely down here in the midfield. Look at that train of cars. That's a magnificent long snake moving through Sebring.
Oh, how's a run, Kelly?
Sutton and Kelly.
Kelly's got a run here. Nice run here. Going to move up the inside here. Oh, Kelly maybe... I mean, Sutton really probably should have held station. He had the inside line there and then sort of moved over and gave the run to Kelly. So that was a big thank you very much for Kelly. And now Ellis is trying to buy into it too.
Yeah, of course, Ellis will try and go up the inside now into turn one. That would be the thing to do.
Oh, yeah, here he goes.
Yes, no, yes, no.
Oh, great fight on the outside there from Seb Sutton.
Yeah, good stuff. Just giving him a little bit of room, but then they go right. Oh.
He's gone. Sutton's off. That's the TTR car off. He's up into the tyre zone. Saves it, Lee Ellis. A massive moment there.
Oh, it's taken out a Performance Motorsports car. Not sure who that was.
Massive contact there. Unbelievable.
Forzan El Nabi got caught up in that as Sutton tried to re-enter the track. Honestly, I'm not sure whether to call that a racing incident or not, because Ellis didn't really give Sutton the room on the right-hand side of the track.
Oh, and Ellis is in more trouble. Yeah, you're right. Just having a look at that video, he didn't quite clear him. It looks like the same things again. Oh, he's just made... there's nose-to-tail contact with... who? It was John Latham.
Oh, man, what a shame, though.
But it's something that we've seen all night. These drivers haven't been clear, and they've been shutting the door like it is clear. And of course, if someone's got their car alongside them or still got their nose there, they're entitled to leave it there. So yeah, we'll let the stewards work that one out.
Yeah, and that's a very borderline section of track to be doing that sort of thing on, because the track does kink right just as you enter the braking zone. So you've got to be sure that you are in a good position to pass.
Madison Down is in pit lane. Sorry to cut you off,
Madison
mate.
Down is in pit lane. As we see cars really filing around the Sutton area. Ellis and Sutton out there, and it looks like, oh no, we're not going to have some guys going 3 wide to the last turn, are we? That's Mitch Abrahall, Forzan El Nabi, and Sanjin Dalalik all going tooth and nail through the last turn. Incredibly good racing. But I've got to say, Mitch Abraham's car is looking in a bit of a sorry state.
So Down now rejoins the racetrack. Didn't quite get a stopwatch on how long. Oh, the only drama is for Down. He's in a massive load of traffic. That's the last thing he needs to see.
We're seeing Madison Down trying to make his way through this long line of cars. Not getting the ground that he needs.
Oh, he's going to
Sanjin.
look up the inside of Sanjin.
Oh,
Oh, Sanjin at a moment. There was no touch there. It was close, but there was no touch.
All right, good stuff from Sanjin to avoid that. I think that was just a rear brake lock up there.
So the first of our front runners have blinked. So Madison Down on, it's lap 6 for Jared Filsell. Will they come in? Rogers and Filsell, or will they decide to push on for a little bit? If I was them, I'd push on, because Down's stuck in traffic.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Get that gap and just try and maintain the lead that you have at the moment. But they're coming through the last turn now. We'll see what they do. Rogers goes a little bit wide.
Filsell's going to come in.
Filsell's going in. Rogers stays out. I honestly think Rogers is going to come out the best out of this.
I agree. If I was the team, I'd just say stay out for another couple of laps, because now Filsell, depending on where Filsell comes out, he may be in traffic as well. So that bit of clear air for Rogers could be gold.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Filsell is filing into his pit bay now as the field streams by. And Filsell exits the pits. Doesn't seem to be as much traffic around him as we thought there would be.
Oh, and here comes Madison Down.
Yeah.
So Filsell's going to come out in front of Down.
There we go. Oh, Filsell squirming around a little bit on the tyres. He's come out just behind Abraham.
Yep, I'd stay out. At least for another lap or two, just to see how it all unfolds. But I think these boys, what he needs to see is Filsell just stuck behind. Oh, he's going to make the move now. So Jared gets the move done. Nice work on Mitch Aberrell.
Madison follows him through. There's a little bit of contact. Oh, that was very close to being bad for Madison Down, but fortunately him and Abraham managed to get through there clean.
So depending on how quick Jared disposes of Todd Parks, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, and I want to clarify, I did say that Mitch Abraham's car was looking in a sorry state. I was wrong. I was actually looking at Todd's car. That car is not in a very good shape at all.
Lap 7 of 21. Rogers is staying out.
Yeah, this is going to help. This definitely is going to help Rogers, because look at Filsell Down just trying to negotiate this traffic. This is going to be losing them a few tenths a lap, and a few tenths will be all that Rogers needs.
Filsell's got a cut track penalty, so he's had to slow down and give position to Madison Down.
There we go. That's a shift for effective second place.
Again, works to Rogers' favour again. He's still making time. And yeah, he'd be kicking himself. Just a little bit of a cut track penalty, and had to just give that position back to Down.
I've got to say, Todd Parks is really holding some good pace despite the look of his car. That's very interesting to see. Kind of reminds me of what happened to Madison last time out at Sonoma, when he had that massive smash at the start of race 2. And the car just turned into a rocket for him, so he decided to keep on going.
Looks like Down's got a bit of pace here. May get the job done on Todd Parks. Yep, straight up the inside. So now some clear air for Down.
Meanwhile, up the front, not the effective front, but second and third on track at the moment, Ian Ford and Mitchell Ciolak are very, very close now. And don't forget, they're probably going to gain something out of this too. At the very least, they're going to close up to Down and Philsell once they take their stops.
Oh, look, Mitch, has he got a run here? Will he think about a move up the inside? Yes, he will. He's got pace. Gets the job done. Up the inside. Nice job. Just smokes that right front just a little bit. But Ian Ford is going to hang tight. He's going to maybe go to the pits. Oh, they're both going to the pits. No? Yes?
Well, yes.
Both.
Whoa. Okay. Very good job by both of them to avoid contact.
Ian had me second guessing there.
Wow. All right then.
And again, Rogers stays out. Last lap for Rogers, a 2:02.1 for clear air. Let's see what Down's lap is as he crosses the start-finish line.
Down and Philsell coming across the line now.
2:02.0. So just a fraction quicker.
That's very interesting.
And Philsell 2:01.9. So, yeah.
Okay, so those guys still have pace regardless.
Well, the benefit they've got now, they've got clear air. So they didn't have all that traffic, didn't hold them up too much. But I still think Rogers has done the right thing. Stay out. You probably want to start thinking about coming in now, though. Oh, the battle between Down and Philsell. They're side by side as they race here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, is Philsell going to be able to think about the move up the inside? It's under brakes. He's got the nose alongside. Oh, plenty of racing room between these two. Fantastic stuff between Philsell and Down. How's the respect they give each other? Just racing room, just enough. Well done, guys. That was awesome.
This is absolutely fantastic. I love seeing these guys at the top of their game, racing with such respect. You don't see that kind of racing respect given much nowadays, it has to be said. Oh, Philsell and Down still battling hard. I think Jared might try to get in Down's draft here.
He's got to run. Oh, he's just feathered the throttle a little bit, so he's quite content just to sit there for the moment.
Just staying behind. Rogers has still stayed out.
Oh, a number of other cars. Got Brennan, Latham, Preston, Elwood. They're all in pit lane as well now.
So all these guys are going to be shuffling around. Ciolak and Ford are going to be picking their way through this field now. Ciolak and Sean Kelly currently battling into turn one at the moment.
And that was Latham that just joined in front of them as well. Oh, looks like Kelly just went a little bit. Oh, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on. No. Oh, close.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Kelly shut the door.
Now, Mitch has got a run here. Oh, yep, Kelly has to cover. He had to because Mitch had a run there. Has Kelly gone in deep again? Oh, he's going to leave a little bit of room up the inside. It's going to be a drag race. They're trying to get the power down. Look at them side by side up here through the S's. Fantastic stuff. Great stuff. Mitch and Sean. Door handle to door handle, but Mitch is going to hold on. He'll have the inside run here to the right-hander.
Yep, and I think Ian Ford's going to try and follow him through, but not as Sean Kelly has anything to say about that.
Oh, big pitch there for Ford. That got sideways as it kicked up on the curb, but he held on to it. Nice job, Ian.
Yep, and coming into this latter part of the circuit, he's going to get a bit of a draft from Kelly to aid in his pursuit of Ciolak. Ian Ford's getting held up just a little by Sean Kelly here. Sialak's getting the advantage from this. Ford is going to try and get by Kelly quick, smart. Coming into the final turn here.
Kelly has to cover here. If he doesn't, Ford will get him. He's got the run here up the inside. Oh, no. Oh, Kelly outbraked him. But Ford's still there. Oh, he's going to put up the inside. Nice tight line there for Ian Ford. Now two can get onto the throttle. They both wiggle. Kelly on the outside. It's a drag race to the start-finish line. Kelly had the run to the inside, the left-hander.
As Kurt Stenberg and I think Lee Ellis now coming out onto the track in that area. Oh, Ford on the outside.
Oh, well done,
no,
Ford.
no.
He's still trying to hold on to it. Kelly will try and outbrake so he can hold the inside line.
Oy vey.
Oh, a little bit of nose to contact there. Oh, and Healy trying to battle in as well.
Has Kelly pitted yet? Is a question I want to ask. Yeah, it looks like he has. He pitted on lap 6, I believe. No, lap 5 rather. So he pitted quite early, did Kelly. So he's in a pretty good effective position here.
Oh, Kelly under pressure.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Goodness me.
And Josh Rogers, he has dived into pit lane, so he's now getting his pit stop over and done with.
Okay, so Rogers left it until lap 11 to take his stop. We'll see how much of an advantage that has given him over Down and Phil Sell, but got to be said, his pace did not quite match them, so we'll have to see what happens. I've got the pit lane camera trained on Rogers.
Well, Jared, Phil Sell and Madison Down are just coming onto the start-finish straight now.
There they are. Rogers is down. Looks like he might come out just in front of them.
Oh, no, Down's going to get him. It's got him. So he'll go back to third. Phil Sell will get him as well.
There we go. But thing is, if they have taken tyres, I'm not sure if they have, but if they have, then Rogers is going to be on fresher rubber. And he's also going to have a bit of a lighter car, I believe, having pitted later.
So it's Madison Down leading over Jared, Phil Sell in second. Josh Rogers now in third, but the battle up front between these two, Phil Sell and Down, not giving each other an inch. Great racing. Of course, Rogers just needs to sit back and watch it all unfold because, quite frankly, I think he's got the better car out of the three.
Yeah, kicking up a ton of dust as Phil Sell goes for the move up the inside on Down. Down's going to try and hold it, though. He's got the inside for that section. Sell did not make it that time. Oh, and Rogers is going to be loving this. Look at how close he is now.
Yep, licking his lips. He's just going, go on, boys, battle it out. Tear each other up. Let's see how this all unfolds.
Oh, you're not going to go side by side through here, are you guys?
Oh!
No.
We haven't seen that all night. But look what happens. Rogers will now think about a move up the inside.
Oh, no.
Now he's got the move on the outside. He's going to get both of them. That is the move of the night. Josh Rogers goes from third to first.
Fantastic driving there. That is absolutely brilliant. Move of the night, 100%.
Now look at Phil Sell. Phil Sell, he needs to cover the inside. Phil Sell's going to take him there 3 wide. This happened at the start. Don't do it again, boys. Lap 12. Holy smoke.
Oh, dear. Rogers has got the inside. Down will not be able to hold it, or will he?
Awesome driving from Rogers. He's holding on. Addison Down now in second, but he's got the run. He's going to think about a move up the inside. Rogers needs to be careful. Phil Sell's still there. It's an inside move for Down, but has he gone in too deep? No, he gets it turned in, but he's got to watch for Rogers. Rogers gets on the power. He's now thinking about a move up the inside, but Phil Sell's still there.
We've still got some of the race to go, guys. Come on.
Oh, a little bit of contact. Oh,
Down
he's off onto the grass.
He'll have gotten a slow down from that. He'll have to pull back just slightly, or will he? He's going to come up the inside. What are you doing, guys?
But look at Phil Sell. If Madison doesn't cover, Phil Sell will dive up the inside. It's going to go again. They're 3 wide. No way!
This is great.
Phil will go from third to first. He'll hold on, but it's a drag race. Madison down now. It's side by side. This is insane.
3 wide again. No. Oh, Christ almighty. Going
He's
side by
holding
side. Let's turn again.
Unbelievable. This is the race of the season. It's only round 4. Have a look at these guys tear this Sebring racetrack up. Rogers down. Phil Sell. This is as good as it gets.
This is fantastic racing. They've been going like this for a full lap now. How have they managed to hold on for this long?
Unbelievable. Lap 13 of 21. Phil Sell over Rogers now and down to third.
Oh, let's see if... Oh, Rogers goes offline slightly. That was a bit of a mess up from Josh Rogers there. It's going to leave the door open for Madison down to try and go down the inside into the
He's got a
final
run.
turn.
Definitely got the run here. So Rogers will slip back a place here. Phil Sell needs these guys to keep mixing it up because they're side by side here. Unbelievable action here at Sebring. This is unbelievable. Madison down. Gets the job done.
Oh,
Josh Rogers
slide from down, though.
Now Josh Rogers will get up the inside.
Oh man, well, while you have your eyes on that, Sandman, I do believe we have a message from the stewards as they go side by side into turn 1.
He'll get the job done because he's got the left-hander coming up here, so it'll benefit him. Down's going to be on the outside. Rogers will move into second place. They're still side by side. Down just needs to give up. Tuck back in.
Oh, there we go. Resume the fight. Another corner.
Unbelievable.
Okay, and I've got a bit of a stewards update now, Sam. All drive-throughs listed in this have been done. So there was an incident between Sam Sutton and Ethan Griggold. Ethan got a drive-through from that. Between Richard Hampstead and Kane Kugamiya on lap 1 was Kane's fault, 15 points. There was an incident that was looked at between Paul Gorrell and Richard Alwood. No penalty for that. Sanjay Dalalik and Luke Harvey given a drive-through, but I'm not sure to whom. The incident between Lee Ellis and Sam Sutton that we commentated on earlier when Ellis came across Sutton, that was deemed to be Lee's fault, and Lee's been given a 15-point penalty for that. Incident between Lee Ellis and John Latham. John Latham got a drive-through, and Sam for that re-entry that took out Forzan El Nabi. Sam's been given a 25-point penalty for that.
Oh, well, it's given us a chance to contain ourselves and gather ourselves up. Unbelievable racing up front. Phil Sell, Rogers and Down, they've all just started just to gap each other a little bit. Looks like they're just trying to see what each other have got. It's lap 14 of 21, and I tell you what, I don't reckon it's over yet.
Heart and mouth stuff. Pretty much right at the halfway point of the race. I'm worn out now, Sandman. And meanwhile, further back, Richard Hampstead is up into 4th. Jake Burton 5th. Mitchell Sealack 6th. Ian Ford quite far behind him now. We're very close coming into the stop, but it seems that Ford has lost a bunch of ground there.
Just checking out the fastest car on track is Josh Rogers with a 201.849.
Yep, and we're hearing something from Corey Preston, I believe. Went to make a move. Right, it was a very... had a bit of a drift move, apparently, according to our director.
Oh, yeah, I just went and checked it out. He made contact with Lee Ellis, and those boys were doing a bit of Tokyo drift.
Yeah, Ellis missing the bonnet on his car. Ellis and Ethan Griggold going at it here. I want to say Kurt Stenberg has managed to really capitalise on the pit stops. He's made his way up to 11th place. Okay, I'm getting news that Ian Ford got a 15-second stop and hold penalty. So that explains why he is far behind Sealack.
Tell you what, there's great racing here between Ethan Griggolt and Lee Ellis. Ethan looked like he was going to try the outside now, trying a bit of crossover, but Ellis is doing a good job. He's got a lot of damage to that Commodore. Oh, but look at that. Ethan just puts it up the inside. Oh, it's close on exit. They give each other racing room. Well done.
Yeah, Tower's an interesting turn to go side by side through because it widens around the middle of the corner and then tightens up again. So if you can hold it around the outside at Tower, then you'll most likely have a good run.
Tell you what, it's getting close again up front. Josh Rogers, he's really harassing the back of Phil Sell. Fastest again by about half a second, Rogers. The 2:01.8 last time bound to 2:02.3 from Phil Sell. So definitely got the pace in that hyperstimulator Falcon.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where they go by the end of the race. Actually, they have closed up quite a bit more now as Rogers has a bit of a slide coming out of the hairpin. That's a very important traction zone, that hairpin. It's interesting, if you can hold it round the outside in the hairpin, then you'll get a very good run into this turn here. It may not seem that way looking at it, but once you're in the driver's seat and you manage to put the throttle down nicely, you can get a very good advantage as they go into Tower for the 16th time this race.
I'll tell you what, we may have to apologise to everyone because if these boys start mixing it up again, Down is just slowly starting to close in again on Rogers and Phil Sell. But yeah, if it's, tell you what, Down just makes a little mistake. I thought he was going to catch the wrong end of that curb and might have fired him the other way. But if these boys start mixing it up again, it'll be hard to look away, I tell you.
Yeah, definitely will. I want to apologise for missing the incident that has taken Kane Kugamiya out of this race. Unfortunately, he is in the garage now and is in the broadcast chat. So, commiserations to Kane. He'd been doing very well up to that point. But Rogers and Phil Sell are very close now. Down still hanging back a bit.
It's great to see these guys. Their cars still look pretty good. Rogers really taking it, harassing the back of Phil Sell. That's exactly what he needs to do. Just apply as much pressure as he can. Even if he's not ready to make the move yet, just apply that pressure, move around a little bit in Phil Sell's mirror, and that'll have him second guessing when he's under brakes. Just because if Phil Sell just for one little bit of second gets distracted, that could be all that Rogers needs to get the move done.
It certainly will. I'm looking back at Lee Ellis and Corey Preston. They've gotten very close now as Ethan Griggolt is up there in front of them. Preston was very, very close to Ellis there. Lee Ellis still continuing on despite that very, very heavy damage to the rear end of his car.
Yeah, she's pretty average looking. It's a shame because that Ultimate Karting Sydney Commodore normally looks the goods, but she's got a couple of panels missing and, well, it'll no doubt head to the repair shop after this race, but it's the last thing on Lee's mind. He knows he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to hold on to that 18th spot. Oh, a moment there for Preston. Oh, a little bit of wiggle under brakes, but manages to stay on the black stuff, which is good.
Yeah, very good. Oh, as he has a little bit of a slide again. That's very, very... That's one of the places on the track where you want a car that has good turn in, but also a stable rear end, because the turns are very flowing. You need to be able to keep that grip up.
Oh, lap 18, back up front. Sorry, Rogers is looking for a move up the inside of Phil Sell. Oh, he just puts some nose in. Oh, a little bit of contact. Rogers made contact with the back of Phil Sell, but he held onto it. Nice job there from Phil Sell, and well done for Rogers for getting out of it. That was great.
Yeah, very good stuff there once again. Oh, the battle between Phil Sell and Rogers is really heating up now.
That's exactly what Rogers needs to do. Just harass the back umper of Phil Cell because he means business. He knows the car's good. He was strong in race 1 and he's going to have a crack around the outside, possibly. Under brakes. They're side by side. Have a look at him. They're going to try the cross.
Round the outside of the hairpin can be done, but unfortunately, Rogers couldn't make it happen that time. Next place he can try and put a move is this next right-hander. Phil Cell tries to cover the inside.
Eyes of Phil Cell. Oh, I thought has he gone in too deep. It's exactly what Phil Cell had to do. He has to cover because he knows that Rogers is strong under brakes. That hyperstimulator Falcon is the goods here at the moment. Lap 18 of 21, all over the back of Jared Phil Cell.
This is it. This is going to be one of the best finishes of the season if they can keep this up.
Oh, he thought about a move to the inside. Phil Cell covers.
Yeah, it's a good place to cover the inside, but of course it messes up your line all through this section of the track, and you've got to try and get yourself back online in time for the straight. Oh, does Rogers have a run here?
It's a little bit too far back. Didn't quite get the run onto the back straight that he needed. That's all he needs to do, just some smart, clean driving, get the nose pointed in. If he can get that... get to the throttle on that back straight, he'll get the move done, but he knows he's still got a couple of laps up his sleeve. They're going to cross the line to start lap 19 of 21.
Our apologies to the rest of the field. This is just too good.
Here we go. He's showing it. This is why we're watching it. Rogers up the inside of Phil Cell. Now Phil Cell will try to cut. Rogers has to cover. If he doesn't hold that road, he's going to move to the inside. But Phil Cell can't quite get the job done, wiggling around under brakes. Rogers, well done!
Rogers just came across a little in the braking zone and maybe gave Jared a little bit of a nudge. Some fantastic racing. We're not averse to a little bit of contact. These are touring cars after all.
Hey, Rubbin's racing. We see it in the movies. We see it on the racetrack. That's fine. These guys have been putting on a heck of a show. Phil Cell trying to pull it up. Oh, close.
Incredible stuff. And now Down's going to try and have a run on Phil Cell too. Look at him moving around the back. He's going to try and go around the outside perhaps.
He's going to look to the inside.
Who knows? Outside.
It is. Phil Cell covers. Down goes to the outside. He can hold on. Look at this. What? He'll get the power down. Side by side, these guys. Look at them. Oh, contact there.
Oh, this is great. Have a look at this. They're going to go side by side into tower too.
Oh, down tucks in. Oh, hold your breath there, boys. Unbelievable.
And now Rogers has got the gap once again. We saw this before, Sandman.
Yeah, let the boys fight and he'll just run off into the distance. That's exactly what he wants to see.
Fantastic stuff up at the front, but I think I'm going to take a look back down in the field. I'm seeing a couple of guys that are very close together. Todd Parks and Forzan El Nabi down in the midfield. Just behind Corey Preston. These guys are fighting hard as well. Just behind them, we got Richard Elwood and Mitch Abrahall with Paul Gorrell just behind them. A few trains forming.
Todd Parks! Sorry, mate. Todd Parks had a bit of a moment there. Oh, made a little bit of contact there with Forzan.
But Forzan comes off the best as they go into this flat-out turn.
Oh, sorry, just a little bit. Madison Downs got the job done. Oh, Phil Cell.
Has he now? Oh, he has too. Have a look at that.
So down in second.
But Josh Rogers still maintains that gap. Goodness me. More heart and mouth stuff.
Thing working in Rogers' favour though, he's only got about a lap and a half to go, so all he needs to do is just hit his marks. Don't worry about looking back because Down's probably got a bit too much of a margin to make up, but well, a little bit of lap traffic, but great stuff there from Jake Maloney. Just moves straight out of the way for these guys.
Yep, and funny you should say, Sandman, we've only got a lap and a half to go. I looked down at the timer and thought, oh, is it lap 20 already? It's just flown by.
It's been easily happening when you see the action that Rogers, Down and Phil Cell have been turning on. these guys have just taken it from the start. We saw the three-wide action. It's happened multiple times throughout this race. It's been unbelievable to watch. And I tell you what, looks like Rogers may be in this hot seat for a clean sweep here at Sebring.
Yeah, it's a very, very good result on the cards here for Josh Rogers, especially after the bad luck he's had in the first few rounds of the season. To finally see him break his victory duck and possibly do it with 2 wins in a row, touch wood. It's going to be fantastic stuff, and really lift his spirits.
And the best part is, grab 2 pole positions along the way, possibility of 2 race wins, and he's had it with the toughest competition you could ask for. Jared Filsell and Madison Down, arguably the best drivers in V8 SCOPS, and he has been pressured the entire way. He hasn't faltered. He's done everything right. Everything has been perfect for that hyperstimulator Falcon, and all he's got to do is bring it home one more time for a clean sweep.
Yeah, but I don't think Filsell and Down are done quite yet. They've still got a few opportunities to go to try and shift around these positions. One final time I'm going to look back in the field. Brenton Hobson and Kurt Stenberg battling very hard with Jake Blackhall and Mitch McLeod right behind them. Fantastic racing going on with these guys. We'll make sure to check up on them at the end. Stenberg has had a very good race here in 11th after starting 17th, especially after that very poor result in race 1. Back up the front, we should say, I think, Filsell's pulled back from Down a bit, it seems.
Yeah, just had a little bit of a wiggle on exit, just locking up the right front there. He's just trying to have a real red-hot go. I think he's spent, the car's spent, the tyres are spent. The battle that these guys have been turning on for the last 20-odd laps, there's no doubt why. There's unbelievable racing action, and I think they just have to fold and roll over. It's Rogers who's going to bring it home with half a lap to go.
Yes, indeed. He's only got 4 turns to go. Now 3, now 2, and now 1. It's just that last stretch. The sun in Josh Rogers' eyes, the virtual sun. They're going to Sunset Bend, Down in Filsell, in formation behind him pretty much. What a fantastic result this has been for Josh Rogers after missing out on victory first few times in the opening rounds of this season. He's going to round the final turn and make it 2 from 2 here at Sebring International Raceway. Josh Rogers is your race victor for TTL.
Awesome, awesome stuff. Congratulations, Josh Rogers. He clean swept here at Sebring, and Madison Down, Jared Filsell. You will not see any better racing action than we have seen tonight here at Sebring. Absolutely unbelievable stuff from the Prem Series.
There we go. They form up and start doing the victory burnouts there at the first turn. Fantastic stuff there. All right, so that's Rogers, Down, Filsell, Hampstead, Burton. Ciolak makes good on his qualifying promises and finishes 6th. Michael Healy up from 12th to 7th. Great stuff there. Ian Ford in 8th, Sean Kelly 9th, Brenton Hobson finishes in 10th, just holding off Kurt Stenberg. But I'll bet Stenny will take that after what happened in race 1. As Stenberg and Matthew Ross Munro, teammates at Fusion Sim Racing, Dayco Motorsport, decide to do the victory lap in formation. Brilliant stuff. But Sandman, oh my goodness, what a race.
Oh boy. It's only round 4, but I highly doubt you're going to see better racing action than we're seeing tonight. Absolute domination there from the Hyperstimulator Falcon. Congratulations, Josh Rogers, but that racing, that will definitely go down to the record books, and people will be talking about this one for a long time to come. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's going to make it into the highlights reel for sure. Fantastic stuff. Oh, it's Matthew Ross Munro. I'm taking a look now. Decided to do a victory burnout out of the hairpin and spun himself around. Good stuff there, Matt. Everyone just going crazy. Wow. What a fantastic race it has been. Anyway, I feel like it's high time go through the race results after a race that has just completely taken it out of us commentators. But think about how the drivers feel. Josh Rogers is your man in the victory circle, 2 from 2. Madison Down in second place, Jared Filsell third. Richard Hamstead finished fourth, major improvement after his first race. Jake Burton finished a very impressive fifth. Mitchell Ciolak in sixth, very good result from him. Michael Healy seventh, Ian Ford eighth, Sean Kelly ninth. Your top 10 is rounded out by Brenton Hobson.
Kirk Stedberg came home in 11th, Jake Blackhall in 12th, Mitch McLeod in 13th, Matthew Ross Munro in 14th, Heath Brennan in 15th, Lee Ellis in 16th, Corey Preston in 17th, Fawzan El Nabi in 18th, Mitchell Abel in 19th, and Mitchell Abel in 19th, and Richard Arwood in 20th.
In 21st was Todd Parks. Anthony Kernich finished in 22nd. 23rd was John Latham. Ethan Griggold, after starting 6th, very, very bad result for him after having to go through the pits right at the start. 24th position. Paul Gorrell, 25th. Jeff Gauci finishing 26th, improving by 4 positions. Tony Klusterman finished 27th. Jason Hyde in 28th. 29th was Sanjin Delalik, and Jake Maloney, a lap down, rounds out the top 30.
And the last of our finishers, Luke Harvey, 31st, Michael Hammond, 32nd, Kane Kugamea in 33rd, Sam Sutton, 34th, Bo Cubis, 35th, and your last finisher, Matt Stratford, in 36th.
Well, ready to go again?
Holy dooly! I don't think my blood pressure or my neighbours, for that fact, are going to be would be real impressed if we went again. That was the best racing I have seen in a long time, and absolutely stoked that I was here to witness it, because that is one for the record books, no doubt about it.
Yeah, wonderful stuff right there. Absolutely fantastic race. Round 4 of the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series at Sebring International Raceway. We've got drivers filing in now for interviews, and I believe the first up is going to be Mr. Corey Preston. Hello there, Corey. Not a very good race 1 for you, but race 2, you got a bit better in that 6-boost Ford Falcon.
Yeah. Hey, Reese. Hey, Fonty and Kane. And Sandman. Yeah, race 1 wasn't ideal. I admit I was got clattered over the curb, and yeah, we still had lock on when it landed, so it just fired me straight into Healy. But yeah, the second race, although it didn't entirely go to plan, it was I tell you what, it was just good to race hard again, and not get involved in incidents. Well, not me causing incidents anyway. It was great. I tell you what, I enjoyed that.
Awesome to hear, Corey. And how did you find Sebring? Is it a good track in the V8 Supercar? I know it's been a very long time since we've raced here.
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, the car hasn't really changed since we were last here, but something about the sim or something's changed, so I've had to adapt the setup. And yeah, it was a bit different. We were running. I was a little bit out of my comfort zone in pre-qual with the sort of numbers for setup sheets that we were having to run, and yeah, I eventually got used to it. But man, boy, that car felt good in that race.
We actually commented, sorry mate, we're saying that a lot of the cars, we were surprised at just how well some of them actually looked quite stable for a racetrack that had a lot of bumps in it.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally I've never run spring rates as high as what I've ran tonight, and yeah, surprisingly the car actually handles it quite nicely. And I was having a good old race with Ethan Griggold and Lee. I was trying to chase him down, but yeah, I just didn't get him.
Well then, Corey, it was probably not going to plan for you here at Sebring, but good to hear you had fun regardless. Road Atlanta is the next round. We're back to the traditional single race, 250-kilometer format. Are you thinking ahead to that already? How do you think you're going to go there?
Yeah, Road Atlanta's been pretty good for me in the past, but yeah, again, can't really say much until you get there, so you will see what happens. I mean, I'm just thanking God that I at least had one race without incident, or at least one incident that wasn't my fault. So yeah, like I said earlier, it was just good to get out there and race and bring back a straight car. So all's well.
All right, then. Fantastic stuff, Corey, and I guess we'll see you at Road Atlanta.
Thanks, guys.
Corey Preston there for 6-boost line. Let's bring in our race 2 victor, Josh Rogers. Josh, 2 from 2. You were threatening to do it from the start of the season. You finally got a race victory in V8 Scops. It's like buses. You wait for 1 and 2 come at once. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel amazing. Honestly, couldn't have done it in as fun of a race as possible. Really, Jared and Madison were we were having at it the whole time, and the way the strategies played out really made things interesting as well.
Mate, congratulations. That was some of the best racing we've seen all season, and I highly doubt that we're going to top it for 2016. That battle between yourself, Phil Sell, and Down, I mean, that was some of the best racing we've seen. You did it in style, mate. You took both wins tonight under full pressure, 2 pole positions. You couldn't have asked for a better night.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but obviously couldn't have done it without the help of TTL. They've been backing me ever since I've come on board, and you know, doing everything when it comes to strategies and setups and whatnot, and it's been really helping me out, and I wouldn't be able to do it without them, that's for sure.
And I guess it turns out it was a very good decision leaving your time to pit as late as you did in race 2. You didn't exactly gain on Phil Sell and Down, but you did have a bit of a fresher car, which really helped you.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I burn a little bit more fuel than others, I had to take a little bit more fuel on at the stop, which kind of evened things out, considering I think Jared got a slowdown and Madison was in traffic. So, but yeah, we just kind of tried to stay out as long as we could until the tyres dropped off, and pit up until pit at that point, because we knew that the undercut would start to kind of set in, and once our tyres went off and theirs were still going on. So, but yeah. The fresh tyres at the end definitely made things interesting and made it a fair bit easier for me, I think.
And before we let you go, mate, how was your confidence coming into Sebring? Because your times were good through the week, and of course, mate, tonight was just storybook stuff, mate. You did everything right, pole positions and wins along the way, and now you got the monkey off the back for that first win. Everyone should be in a bit of strife for the rest of the season. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, that's it. Once you get the monkey off the back, I don't know, it's just a relief. But yeah, coming into the weekend, I was fairly confident. I wasn't really too sure what the car would do in a race situation, which it seemed to be perfectly fine. But we did make some changes after the first race because of tyre wear and whatnot. But yeah, looking forward to the next round. Road Atlanta, I believe, is that where it is?
Yep, Road Atlanta.
Yeah, I love that track. I don't know how you could hate it, but yeah, looking forward to that, and I'll try and do something like that again.
All right. Well, here's hoping you have some more successes throughout the course of the season, Josh. You've definitely proved that you have the pace to do it, and you made good on all those promises tonight. So congratulations, and we will see you at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick shout out to TTL, as I said before. Couldn't have done anything without them. Hyperstimulator, our main sponsor, they do a ripper job, and if anybody is looking for some sim rig or sim gear, get onto them. They'll hit you up and give you a good rig.
Brilliant stuff. We'll see you at Road Atlanta, Josh Rogers.
Cheers, guys.
Josh Rogers for TTL, your race winner in both of those races. Now we've brought in Madison Down, podium in both races, Madison. But yeah, it was some pretty intense racing out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, all I can say is I've never been so excited about second place. That was unbelievably good tonight. Like I know we were pretty much second quickest all night, second in both qualies and second in both races, but what a battle in both races between Rogers, Phil Sell and myself. That was just amazing. That's the most fun I've had in iRacing for a long time. That was awesome. And got to say a big well done to Josh Rogers as well. He's been knocking on the door of a win for a while, and it was good to see tonight. He didn't make any mistakes and got that first win, so well done, Rogers.
Mate, you thought it was good in the driver's seat. Wait till you watch it. You guys really turned it on. The amount of respect and the racing room that Rogers, yourself, Phil Sell all gave each other. you guys turned it on for probably the best race you're ever going to see all year. That was unbelievable and makes us all a little bit jealous that we all weren't in the thick of it, because that was pretty special.
It was. The only way to describe it, it was almost like we were doing the pit partying that you do in the practice sessions, where you just run into each other and see what dive bombs you can get away with and practice racing. It was so committed. There was plenty of panels in there. There was plenty of running each other off the track. There was plenty of 3-wide action. It was and it was all fair. Like I couldn't say any of it was bad. I could be angry at anyone. Everyone was into each other, into it. It was just, yeah, it was amazing. And Brock Salmon actually was not meant to be spotting, but he wasn't racing tonight. And he wasn't even in the server. He was watching you boys on the broadcast, and instead of feeding us some information, he just said while we were 3 wide, "Hey man, you should hear Sandman right now. He's going off his nuts."
Fantastic.
So yeah, even the guys in TTR weren't even focusing on the specifics. It was just focusing on the broadcast and that battle. So I can't wait to watch it back.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Madison, you had a very solid result here at Sebring, and I guess my question is, how do you feel about Road Atlanta coming up? Another American venue, not as flat as Sebring, not as bumpy as Sebring, but we're back to the 250-kilometer single race format. So, how do you think you're going to go there?
Yeah, Road Atlanta's often been a good track for myself and TTR in the past, so hopefully we're not too bad there. Sebring, again, is a strong track for me in the past as well, so hopefully we can get a reasonable result. We still haven't got a win this year, so need to get a win up there for Ultimate Karting Sydney. I think it's been pretty much a year now, so it's been a bloody long time. So, yeah, made inroads in the championship tonight, but still not a win, so hopefully Road Atlanta is the race for us.
All right then, Madison. Well, congratulations on your double podium here at Sebring, and I guess we'll see you at Road Atlanta when the time comes.
Thanks, Reese. Cheers, guys. Catch you later.
Cheers, mate.
Madison Down, the double podium finisher in both of these races. We're going to bring in the other guy that has been on the podium in race 2 at least, but got a 4th in race 1. Jared Philsell, pretty solid result for you with some very intense action.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Race 1 wasn't too great. I think I messed up the tyre pressures there, and yeah, not good. But race 2, that was unbelievable. My head hurts trying to concentrate.
We were just touching on that with Rogers and Down, just saying just how good that racing was. And, mate, to be in the thick of it and how clean that racing was between you three was just awesome. You guys were 3 wide on probably 2 or 3 occasions. It was unreal.
Yeah, the most notably one was when we were going up to the hairpin and Rogers kind of fed Matt off the track, and he was a bit boggy off the corner, so I had to give him a bit of a hurry up and pushed him through and had a dive. So all in good spirits. It's almost like a pit party out there.
It's exactly what Dan said.
Yeah, pretty much word for word. Fantastic stuff, Jared. I guess what was your confidence like going into Sebring, and how do you feel coming out of it?
Quietly confident. The set held up very good. I thought the set was nice. I noticed they were on the 350 gear ratio and I was on the 325, so had our strengths and weaknesses in certain areas. So I don't think I gained any points on anyone in the championship tonight, so I lost a bit. So we're gonna have to do some work for Road Atlanta.
And
are you looking forward to that one, mate? Sorry.
Yeah, that's quite a good track. I think last year's one wasn't broadcast there, but that was almost the same kind of battles that we had here tonight. So it's a good track. Everyone will be tight as ever there.
Well, hopefully we do manage to broadcast some Road Atlanta action. That was one of the rounds that I was actually looking forward to the most last season, and we never ended up broadcasting it. So here's hoping that you guys can turn it up like you did at Sebring. And yeah, I guess what are your thoughts going into Road Atlanta? How do you feel about that particular round being the return to a single race 250-kilometer format?
That's good. I think the 250k format's nice. It spices up the strategy a bit, and it's a good track for it. Usually really close racing, so you won't really get away with anything there. There's usually not much runoff, and if you make a mistake, you're probably going to be in the fence. So got to concentrate and get on with the job.
Yeah, most definitely. Also, a ton of elevation changes to be added to that. Well, Jared, congratulations on your results tonight at Sebring, and I guess we'll see you at Road Atlanta in a couple of weeks' time.
Cheers, guys.
Jared Filsell there for ANZ Motorsports. I think for our final interview tonight, at least among the guys who have come in to be interviewed, we're going to jump in with Jake Burton. Jake, pretty good round for you with some solid results.
Oh, absolutely, Race. But more than that, I think, sure, like 2 top 10 results is undoubtedly probably my season and Prem Series best result. But just, I think racing at Sebring is just so much fun, man. Like, I didn't expect it, and heard obviously about Mad Rogers and Phil Cell, how they were going at it, and even back in the field with Lee, myself, Bo Cubis, and that in the first race. Just racing around Sebring is so much fun.
Mate, you had your hands full. You started in 9th and brought it home in 5th. So a great result. A top 5 in that one is an absolute ripper.
Yeah, absolutely. It's problem is we went for a very light fuel strategy. I decided to do the same one as what Mad was doing and just pit really quite early, and it left us with probably about half a lap of fuel at the end, and
Wow.
It would benefit us big. We'd pass Ian and get good track position and whatnot, but it meant pretty much I had to let Richard go and sit in his draft and let him pull me around the track to the end, but fortunately it worked. So yeah, thanks to Richard for that one.
Fantastic stuff. And I guess next round, Jake, Road Atlanta. Are you a fan?
When there's downforce, which there isn't, so...
I guess I'm much the same, but regardless, Road Atlanta is a track that always puts on a bit of a show, and of course, it's a single 250k race. So I'm wondering, how do you think you're going to go there? What's your confidence level like?
Well, I think I've got to a stage where I'm really enjoying racing the V8. I know a lot of guys are struggling with the way it handles and stuff at the moment, but I'm really enjoying it. So I think it'll depend a lot on whether the setup that I run suits me and whether I can do enough practice. Honestly, Road Atlanta is a track where I've got sort of mediocre results in the past, but yeah, I'm sure if we can do some laps, we can produce a good result. Like tonight, for example, was completely unexpected. So if we can produce something like that at Road Atlanta, that'd be awesome.
Brilliant stuff, Jake. Well, congratulations on your double top 10. Definitely something to lift your spirits, and I guess we will see you at Road Atlanta.
Absolutely, thanks guys, and great call again as per usual, and big shout out to Kane for stepping in and whatnot. So catch you guys next week.
Thank you very
Cheers,
much,
Jake.
Jake. All right, well, that's driver interviews done, Sandman. What a fantastic race that was.
Mate, it's hard to put it in words, actually. Lenovo V8 Supercars Online Premier Series tonight really turned it on. Sebring was a great racetrack, but more importantly, the hard driving and the respect that Rogers, Down and Phil Cell showed. Really, really unbelievable race. And to be honest, I can't see it being topped in 2016. That was an absolutely unbelievable race. And go and take some heart medication, I think, and go and apologise to the neighbours, because I don't think they're going to be too impressed. But at the end of the day, I'm absolutely stoked that I witnessed it, because it was just some of the best racing that we may ever see.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I think it goes without saying, Sebring definitely deserves a place on the calendar in the future. After such a long absence from iRacing V8 Supercars, it definitely made a comeback with a bang. So yeah, I put my vote in for Sebring to be back on the calendar full time.
I'll second that after tonight.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, we have to give a shout out to our American buddy Kane Craft for stepping in on late notice, and you know, a few hiccups, but honestly, it was an absolutely fantastic job from you, Kane. And yeah, thank you very much for stepping in at what must be a very, very bad time of day for you.
Yeah, definitely an ugly hour for him. But again, thank you, Kane. And Yeah, we apologise for some of the technical issues, but we got on top of that, and oh boy, bring on the next round at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, Road Atlanta is going to be an absolute stonker. It's going to be 250 kilometers around what is considered to be one of the best racetracks in North America. It's fast, it's flowing, it's got elevation change for days, and V8 supercar racing around that track is going to be absolutely fantastic, Sandman.
Not wrong, mate. I can't wait. Don, thanks for race. That was a great call tonight. Thank you, Kane, and thanks for everyone for watching. Unbelievable.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Well, I definitely want to thank Oceanic Sim Racing as well for putting V8 Supercar Online Premier Series on as usual. They do a great job with the organisation and the stewarding for these events. And also, we got to give a good shout out to Lenovo, title sponsor. Cannot forget them. Thank you very much for your support of what has to be one of the best sim racing series in the iRacing spectrum. Well, I think it's high time we say goodbye. Thank you very much to all concerned. Thank you to the viewers for sticking with us. It was an absolutely fantastic race to watch, and don't worry, the broadcast will be available to rewatch on YouTube later if you so desire. Watch that fantastic battle again. And we also want to wish our viewers in Australia and New Zealand, we want to wish them and their families a safe, very thoughtful Anzac Day for tomorrow, lest we forget. You have been watching the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series presented by Lenovo. I'm Rhys Gardner, Stephen Sandman Clark, co-commentating with me tonight. Kane Craft directing. Your winner for both races was Josh Rogers.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea.